Sleeping through the rum. The way we travel has completely changed, but it's the best feeling to know that peace of mind is right within our reach. But I can tell you, my experience here has been so seamless. The guy who's my taxi driver, his name is Big Apple. He has true Bayesian spirit. He's welcomed me into this island, and he's given me the most authentic experience. When it comes to Bayesian food, I am obsessed with breadfruit cuckoo.
This has no business tasting this good.
So I got to try breadfruit cuckoo for the first time on Peg Farm. I had a really good time going to check out the rum tours. If you are a fan of rum punch or just rum cocktails in general, you're going to have a really good time on that tour. In Barbados, if you do not know, has incredible water. They've got some amazing underwater shipwrecks. The turtles here are beautiful and they look feel so friendly. This island has big stories to tell and big moments for you to capture. So when you're ready to reimagine the way you explore, Barbados is open, and so is its heart.
So go visit Barbados. Our first panel was something that I really had to do with everything that's going on this year and last year, and everybody's anti-everybody and anybody. We just had to pull this together. And when I thought about pulling this together, the first person that came to mind was Paula Madison. I get emotional when I speak about Paula. When Caribbean Heritage Organization first started back in 2006, Paula was at NBC here in Los Angeles. She jumped on board. She said, "Yes, I'm in." She supported us, had NBC there, and supported us otherwise. And one thing she said, "Yes, I will be on your board. I'll serve on your board, but I don't have time for meetings." So she made that up. She made up for not attending meetings by supporting us in every possible way that she could, and for that I truly appreciate it. The other thing that makes me emotional about Paula, and I'm going to get emotional again, is her quest to find her grandfather that her mother wanted to meet all this time. Her grandfather, her mother's father in China. Her mother has always wanted to meet her dad, wondered about her dad. Unfortunately, she passed away before that could happen, but Paula took it on herself, and I'm getting goosebumps again, took it on herself to, and her brothers to find Somewhere Low, which is the name of the movie that she did a few years ago, and it's still very relevant today. And folks, there's quite a whole bunch of people still need to see that. It's called Finding Somewhere Low. Paula Madison, you'll read her bio. High executive at NBC GE at the time, and she's broken barriers all over at NBC and as a woman and as a Black woman and all that. So with that being said, let me introduce you to someone who means a lot to me and is close to my heart, Paula Madison.
We all say we're part this and part that. We have to know where we're from.
The best we might be able to do as the descendants of slaves is possibly go back 2, maybe 3 generations, and that's about as far as we can go.
I am not defined by slavery. We are not. It was a moment in time of a very, very, very long legacy of Africanness.
We all grew up in Harlem, New York. My parents settled on 163rd Street and Amsterdam Avenue, which I read later achieved some level of notoriety as being statistically the worst block in New York City.
We felt an inherent danger in the neighborhood because we were looked at, as other than, only because we had half Chinese mother.
My grandfather's name is Samuel Lowe. My grandmother was Jamaican. My grandfather was Chinese.
My mother told me she last saw her father when she was young. He left for China and never came back.
I decided that I would just put out an out loud petition to my Jamaican family. Can you all help me find my Chinese grandfather? My cousin John Hall, he said, oh, there are a lot of Chinese Jamaicans in Toronto for the Hakka conference. So I said to my brothers, we're going to this. They're like, okay.
The Hakkas traveled from the north and are the migratory tribe, and they are the adventurers, and are themed many places and one people.
I was stunned out of my mind when Carol said that her Chokpo, her family's history, goes back to 600 BC. And I thought, what if my family has a Chokpo? This is Adassa's mother. And then Adassa was taken back to China with her father, Sam Low. Our grandfather would have come here.
Yes. It is the Hakka people who have traveled the length and breadth of the world.
This is more than I ever hoped for. I knew that this was going to be emotional, but so what? What it was going to be was the fulfillment of my dream and my goal. My husband said, when you find these Chinese people in your family, what are you expecting to happen? You know you're black? I know I'm black. I expect that because I'm their family and they're my family, we'll be family.
The venture that we're taking to China, it's like a dream come true to finally find some people who are related to me.
I knew that I am a Low and they will want me as much as I want them.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. First of all, I absolutely want to thank the Caribbean Heritage Organization and my amazing sister, Marva, for, she asked if she was gushing too much. Yeah, you were, but isn't it as though I don't appreciate it? So thank you so much. I'm going to gush a little bit about my sisters who are joining me today for this conversation. And I want to characterize it as a conversation rather than a panel where I'm the moderator and they're panelists. Because what I'm hoping is that we will have an enriched three-way conversation, which then will be opened up later on to some of the participants, but that we all have information to share and offer, and that we may be asking and answering questions of each other. So to my fellow sisters from the Caribbean, good morning to Andrea Chung, and good morning to Danielle Ayo. And we are here as a representation of the descendants of the Hakka people who came from China to the Caribbean. We are representing Trinidad and Jamaica in this case. And historically speaking, Chinese men, for the most part, went to Trinidad at the end of British slavery of the African people. And in the 1850s, we saw Chinese going to Jamaica. So what we're seeing here is, as a daughter of Jamaica, I always like for Jamaica to be first. But in this case, Trinidad was first. So, and as well with, Steel Pan, and Calypso. So I have to give it over to Trinidad, but I am saying that, there's a part of me that's going, Jamaica should be first. But, that's just my bias. So good morning to my sisters. Andrea, you are in San Diego. Danielle, you're in Toronto? All right. So I'm going to take a moment now, and Andrea, I'm going to ask you to tell us about you, tell us a bit about your, where you live, what you're doing, and then I'm going to ask you, Danielle, to do the same.
Okay, good morning. Thank you, Paula, for inviting me to do this. I live in San Diego. I'm a visual artist. I've been living here for 11 years, but I've kind of moved around quite a bit. Most of my work sort of examines looking at how colonialism has impacted island nations. I primarily focus on the Caribbean, but I also look at Mauritius as well, just having spent time there. And I think when I started grad school, I think that's what really made me focus so much on family. A part of it was not knowing how I got into grad school and trying to figure out what I wanted to sort of investigate. And it just naturally seemed to gear towards my family. I wanted to make work about what I knew, and I know my family. So a lot of it was interviewing my family and trying to come to an understanding as to how my family members found their way to be into the Caribbean. Particularly on my father's side, thinking about my grandfather and what it was like to have moved from China to Jamaica at 17 as a stowaway in a ship. And, you know, what is that like to come to a country where you don't know the language, you don't know anyone, and trying to, you know, navigate that. I couldn't imagine being, you know, a 16, 17-year-old child trying to figure out my way in the world. And then from there, I just started looking at, you know, the reasonings behind different migrations, both voluntary and involuntary. And it sort of expanded my work. So I've worked a lot with making sculptures out of sugar, also collages, so sort of investigating the ideas of labor and how that's impacted us both physically and psychologically, just how colonialism has, you know, historically affected us and continues to affect us. So yeah, I've had a practice for 20 years, got a gallery in LA, so I mostly show in the area, and have been very fortunate to be supported by the Caribbean artists. It's a small community, we all know each other, we've all shown together, so it's been really exciting to be able to sort of live out the dream of being able to talk about, you know, our culture.
Great. Well, it's I will insert here on a personal note that my husband is an artist. I always seem to admire and be attracted to that side of their brain because mine is the complete opposite. So it fascinates me how artists think, right, and what they see that I'm not seeing. So count on me glomming myself onto you, because I just love art and I love artists.
No, that's perfectly fine. My husband is an IT nerd and he was a history major. And I think he's really had a huge impact on me because of what, you know, his experience in school and also what he does. He very much thinks in IT binary ones and zeros. So I think I'm kind of attracted to the opposite as well.
All right, well, we'll have to do, you know, I don't like to do couples things because I find that in my mind, that's so limiting, I think. I don't know, because I never do it, but we got to do this because I too was a history major. So your husband and I, we're probably on that same side, and you and my—
He's a huge impact in my practice. He doesn't like me saying that, but he's a huge part of my practice.
Okay, so Danielle, I'm so happy to reconnect with you. The last time we saw each other was actually in my living room, right? A few years ago when you were shooting your documentary, which I felt so and still feel so protective of. So please tell us about your creativity, your background, and give us some insight as to how this documentary came to be.
Well, I'm Chinese Caribbean. I live in Toronto, and I grew up in Scarborough with tons of other Chinese Caribbeans, and I just thought it was normal. Like, growing up, I was like, yeah, I'm surrounded by all my relatives. I'm surrounded by tons of people who are Chinese, Jamaican, and Trinidadian, and Chinese. And when I actually went to Trinidad, you know, thinking that we're the majority, I was very stunned to be like, oh, we're not the majority. We're actually 1%.
By we, you mean Chinese Trinidadian?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And so, but growing up, I had inklings that we were not the majority because people would, you know, they'd tell me flat out, but you're not Black. If I said, oh, I'm Trinidadian, my parents are from Trinidad, they'd be like, but you're not Black. Or they'd ask me, you know, which parent is Black? Or they'd be like, you don't really look mixed. you know, which is just flat out ignorant. So I was driven to do this documentary because I kept on getting these responses, and I was getting really frustrated. And I kind of told myself I was going to write this documentary that kind of, you know, spoke about the immigration of Chinese people to the Caribbean and put it out there. And if anybody has any more questions, I'll direct them to the documentary because I'm tired of talking about this. And as I started writing it and as I started interviewing people, the documentary kind of took on a life of its own. And it became something a little bit different. Instead of searching for this community and trying to explain myself and explain my existence, I started talking more about, well, why do we have these preconceptions, you know? And then what does these preconceptions do to the actual person? What's the harm of these preconceptions, basically? So that's how it kind of came to be.
So what you're talking about is the disbelief on the part of people to accept that you could be Trinidadian, because to be Trinidadian means to be African, right, of African descent, of the African diaspora. So how could you, who in terms of the genus, you're a Han. Most of us who are of Chinese descent, we are of the Han people. And you look Chinese, you don't sound Chinese, and then you say you're Trinidadian, what's going on here? How can this be? And so when you contacted me and said that you're working on this documentary that's called "But You're Not Black," I was reeling. I was like, this is so great, because from the documentary clip from my trailer, there was a photo of my mother who raised 3 Black children in Harlem as a single mother with a heavy Jamaican accent. And people were mystified by my mother's presence. And again, "But you're not Black" was what was always directed and implied. But the interesting thing in my mother's case was that her mother was Black. Her mother was an African Jamaican. Her father was Chinese from China, right? But people would be like, they'd say to my mother, or they'd say to me while my mother is standing right next to me, well, what is she? And
that's my right? favorite question. What are you?
What is she? And I actually had people say to me while my mother was standing right there, what language is she speaking? And then my mother, who while had an appearance of being Chinese, was show enough, undeniably a Black Jamaican, and she would say, "You damn idiot," and storm off. And they still didn't know what she was saying, right? And I'd be like, "Ma," and she'd, you know, rot it and walk away, be like, oh. So for me, the cultural clash that I saw, Danielle, embodied in your question or in the statement or the accusation, "But you're not Black." However it is that but you're not Black. However it is the intonation is, it is, I can't figure out what you are, right? Yeah. And with that, what I took it as for my mother was people denying her. Denying her what? Her heritage. Denying her what? Her race. Denying her what? Culture, parentage. Denying her. And for my mother, I watched the outrage. So of course I adopted an attitude of outrage when I heard that. So when you said to me, "I'm working on this documentary," I was like, girl, come on. I'm gonna help you do this, because you know what? It's time to bring that foolishness to an end, right? Now, Andrea, you said that question, what are you, gets to you too. So let's unpack that for a little bit, because I think this is worth talking about, particularly with this Caribbean audience that we're speaking to. What about that is the issue for you?
I mean, it's a lot. One thing is like, okay, we all know how sex works, right? Like it's not rocket science. We all have an understanding of how we all came to be. So it's gotten to the point now that when I get asked that question, I start giving them ridiculous answers, like really curse word filled answers, because I'm like, it's such a dumb question. But also, we live in a very diverse country. How could you not figure out how something like that could happen? And also, it makes me think that, like, are Black women not attractive to Chinese men, that you can't possibly see how something like this could happen? Like, I on so many levels, I find it incredibly problematic. And I'm also like, go read a damn history book. Like, you understand the way the world works, and you know that historically people have moved around. So why is this such a hard thing for you to contemplate? And I don't, not everybody subscribes by the one drop rule. That's a very racist institution. But also, like, Black is not a monolithic thing. Like, Black is different based on where you are in the world. So to just, like, the fact that your brain can't compute the way a child is created, like, I don't understand, like, why that is such a challenging thing to grasp. It's sex ed 101. Like, did you miss class that day? Like, I don't understand. It's incredibly insulting, as though I'm this novelty or freak show, because you can't comprehend history. Like, I really just tell people, go read a damn book. Like, I can give a whole lecture on my artwork, which talks about migration from places that, make up the Caribbean, and I will still have someone ask me how I got my last name, or the assumption that it's my husband's last name. Like, even when I put on application Ms. Chung, because I'm very proud of my last name. So it's not just my professional last name. I did not change my name when I got married. I'm very proud of my name. There's this automatic wanting to add Mrs. Chung, and I'm like, no, this is my name. This is my name. I'm not gonna. I don't see why I have to defend myself, my being, to you.
I was maybe speaking to an audience of about 300 corporate women, invited by one of the major accounting firms. I showed my documentary, and in the Q&A afterwards, a white woman, the audience was largely comprised of white women, and then we had certainly a smattering of African-American women, Black women, Latinas, and some AAPI women, right? So, white woman raised her hand, I called on her, and she said, I don't quite understand. How is your grandfather Chinese? Like, did he move from Africa to China? And that's why you're saying he's Chinese? And there was a little bit of snickering from some parts of the audience. There was almost a like, oh, from others, like, is she? And then I waited for her to ask the full question, and then I said to her, my grandfather was Hakka, Han, Chinese, completely Chinese. And she was standing and she just stared at me. I said, and I came to be because my grandfather and my grandmother, an African Jamaican woman, had sex.
That's exactly how I say it.
A hell of a lot of it.
I don't say sex either. I get real vulgar about it.
I'm not saying it on this because exactly. It's a word that starts with an F, right? And it was like, oh my God. And I said, and hopefully they had a lot of it. My mother was born, and I remember saying, so I stand before you in all of my beauty today, a mixture of the African and the Asian diaspora before you. Yes, I have a natural, which I love to call my Afro, right? And I respond because how I am most perceived is as African, right? So I don't go, no, I'm mixed with, please get out of here with that, right? Yeah. And so I said to her, there are in fact Chinese men who live for and love Black women.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, oh, and then, you know, because now I'm going to drive it home. I'm going to drive it home. Daniel,
I think
tell us.
also, like, I don't like that I need to feed your curiosity.
Please.
Like, why do I need to feed your curiosity? Like, why does it matter to you? You know, like, I'm not, like I said, we're not freak shows. Like, just because you want to know, like, F your curiosity. Like, I'm not going to explain myself to you because you can't put one and one together. You know, like, I don't like the curiosity aspect of just wanting to know. Like, it's none of your business.
Right.
I just don't even understand that question of what she was getting at, because, like, so hold on. So she looked at you and she was like, I can't see any Chinese in you. You look 100% Black to me. Therefore, your Chinese ancestor had to have been African originally. Like,
so Danielle, I think it went this way. You're not telling me that a Chinese man
could be attracted to a Black woman.
okay,
sex with a Black woman. You're not saying that. So it has to be that a Black man
Exactly.
moved to China, and through naturalization, which China doesn't have, he became Chinese, and that's why you're saying you have a Chinese grandfather. And I was like,
okay.
It's this, like, repulsion of Black women. Like, we cannot possibly be attractive to anyone else other than a Black man. It's so incredibly insulting.
Right. Now
it's so incredibly insulting.
We're gonna go into that a little more. But what I also want to share is, so as the three of us sit here, right? And when I'm in front of those audiences, after the documentary shows, I usually do this. And then look, I said, and I did that so that you could see around my glasses. Do I look Chinese to you? Do I not look Chinese to you? I really don't care. What I want you to do is stop wondering about me. I've now allowed you to see me. Now I want you to listen to me. I want you to engage. Stop being distracted by, does she really look Chinese to you? I don't think she's Chinese. I think she's lying, right? So, and then there's always a nervous laughter like, oh, because that's what people frequently are. They're like, oh, you know, oh yeah, I guess I can kind of see it. So as the three of us sit here today, what we know is that if we went to Jamaica or Trinidad or Panama, a number of other places, Belize, we would be recognized immediately as being Chinese or mixed race, right?
We would fit in. Like, there would be no question.
They know the gradations. They know the manifestations of the mixture, like what it looks like. Some of, like my brother, who you saw in the documentary, we have the same parents. His coloring is my father's coloring. My other brother, who looks more Chinese than the three of us, his coloring, when he was a child, was more of Danielle's coloring, which is more like my mother's coloring, right? So here we are. We know that we hit all shades and we have different degrees of the physical manifestation of Han Chinese, right? And then when we're in the islands, depending upon what island we're on, the simplest way to greet us or to address us is to call us Miss Chin. Good morning, Miss Chin. Hello, Mr. Chin, how you do? And I have cousins who are the same racial composition as I am because they have my same, we share the grandfather. Their father, mixed race, half, right, would have been my mother's half brother. They grew up in Jamaica. And when we were in Jamaica one time with cousins who flew over from China so that we could walk them through the world of our grandfather, I gave one of my cousins who was fluent in English, born and raised in Shenzhen in China, but educated in Australia, in Melbourne. As we were getting off the bus to have a rest break, one of the higglers off to the side of the road says, Miss Chin, come see me things now. And my cousin said, what is she asking me to do? And I said, well, first of all, you're not responding to being called Miss Chin. And she looked at me. I said, that is a common way of addressing Chinese in the Caribbean, Miss Chin, Missa Chin, right? And that's even used after we're known 10, 15, 20, 40 years. If we're the merchants and have, in Jamaica, they're called Chinese shops, we have the shops, and you come and you make relationships and you have transactions and sales and neighbors, and still you're Miss Chin, Mr. Chin. I said, that's a dehumanization. That's an impersonalization. That is not even learning my name, So my cousins who grew up in Jamaica, like, no, Paula, don't take it that way. That's not how it's meant. And I said, that's not how it's meant. Then why is it every 10, 15, 20 years there's an uprising against the Chinese, right? Against the Chinese in the economic structure of who is between the huge percentage of the Africans and at the top of whatever this economic pyramid is, the British, right? There are the Chinese, the Syrians, right? Mixed in there, the Indians. And what we have is you're not learning their names because it's just this one glob of non-Africans. So my cousins were like, you are taking this wrong and it's too deep. And I maintain that if we were in the United States and you moved it a little bit and twisted it a little bit, that could be Becky, that could be Karen, even though we haven't committed an offense against you, but it's the dehumanization, the depersonalization, the lumping us as a Miss Chin. And I've said to one woman who called me that, I said, excuse me, my name is not Miss Chin, but if you want to call me my Chinese name, it's Miss Lo. Don't call me Miss Chin. Please respond, interact, give me some feedback on this. Right or wrong, tell me what you think.
I have heard that term in Trinidad, but I've also heard, and this is far worse, men being called Hopsing, which is a fictional character from MASH, and that's just because that's the only other, that's the only other Asian So it's kind of like you hook onto one thing, and then the whole population just becomes Hopsings and Miss Chins, Because I vaguely remember hearing things like my grandfather being called that when he took like the train to get to work and when he had to make visits into the city. I vaguely remember hearing that.
I've definitely heard my uncle called that. I don't know. I feel like in Jamaica, sometimes there are things that are said that it's like, oh, you're taking it too seriously. I think there's an idea of the way racism functions here in the US. I think that it's seen differently there. That doesn't mean that it's right, but I think that there has been this normalization of calling anyone that is mixed with Chinese, Chinese, or Mr. Chin or Miss Chin. And I think my family is so used to it that for them, it's not a big deal. I personally wouldn't want to be called. I mean, like, Chung is not that too far from Chin, so you could easily make that jump and just call us by our last name. But I also think that I don't know. There's this class hierarchy in Jamaica that, like, I don't subscribe to, but I see that people in my family who are more presenting as Chinese subscribe to. I don't buy into that, uptown, downtown sort of attitude, but I do notice that a lot of them do. And I'm one of the darker ones in the family, even though I'm not even really that dark. So there is a hierarchy. There is a class situation there that I'm not a fan of. I don't take part in it with my family, and I find it to be very upsetting. And I'm on the lower end of that class structure to them. Like I'm not. They don't see me as educated as they are, and I think a lot of it has to do with the way that I present to them. I don't get treated like that by anyone when I'm in Jamaica, other than my family, though, which I find to be very interesting. But I do know that I am also seen as uptown when I'm there. I'm seen as being, more middle class, and I accept that because compared to the structure here in the US to there, yes, I am more privileged than they are. So like I completely understand it. But I do feel that there definitely is a hierarchy, and there's this acceptance of certain things that shouldn't be accepted. I mean, we could go on and on about cultural things that are accepted that should not be accepted. But I do hear that all the time when I go back in regards to my uncles.
I think we would fall into the category of being stoosh. We're stoosh. We're sort of, a little on the higher end of it, right? Mm-hmm. But in truth, if we were to have this conversation in Jamaica or Trinidad right now, I don't know about you all, but I was born and raised in Harlem, right? And Andrea, you're Newark, New Jersey, right? Mm-hmm. And Danielle, you're Scarborough, right? I actually have a Jamaican passport. I'm a Jamaican citizen. Not because I was born there, but because for me, the attraction, the cultural pull, the nationalistic pull was so strong that my brothers and I we applied for and got our dual citizenship by right of parentage, right? So even with that as a credential, there would be, were we to have this conversation right now in Jamaica, people would be like, please, you're American, and they would say, Danielle, you're Canadian, you're not, right?
Because you weren't born there, right? Exactly. You don't have the exact same experiences. Exactly. So it's not enough to say I have a passport, I eat the food, I listen to the music, I go to Toronto Carnival. It's not enough. And that's
I had an artist tell me that I didn't understand anything because I wasn't born there. And I wanted to fight her. I was like, don't tell me that. You don't know what my experience was like. You try being a first gen in the South where nobody understands anything about Caribbean culture at the time. Like I had people asking me, did your parents grow up in trees? What language do they speak? I was like, English. What language did your parents speak? So I was so offended when she told me that, like, as if I was inauthentic because I wasn't born there. Like, get out of here.
Yeah, I have two things I want to say in response to that. I had an experience when I was 8 years old in Harlem. And until my mother would come outside, my brothers and I were just more Black kids, right? We just like everybody else, we're Black kids. Our whole neighborhood was Black, but they were all from the Carolinas. They were from Alabama. I mean, it was the migratory trail up the East Coast into New York. And the whole neighborhood was chain migration. Everybody, grandma, grandpa, aunts, uncles, cousins, they were tribes of them who lived in my neighborhood. And then there was just us, this little cluster. My mother and my father split when I was 3. So my father lived in Queens, which maybe it was 20 miles away, but it felt like a whole world away. So there we were, these 3 Black kids with a mother who looks Chinese and has this heavy Jamaican accent. And there's not a Jamaican population near us. No. So I'm jumping double dutch outside, and one of the girls I'm jumping rope with lives 2 blocks away. Well, in New York City, if there's 800 people on a block, 2 blocks away is like a whole separate village. While we're jumping rope, my mother came outside to call me in for lunch, summertime. And as the rope stopped, the little girl said to me, "Who's that?" And I said, "Oh, that's my mom." "That's not your mom." So right off the bat, and I have a trigger temper. I truly do. So right off the bat, that's not your mom. And that was like, and I said, that's my mother. And then she said, that chink is not your mother.
Wow.
Now it was on. I stepped forward and I punched her in the face and knocked her down. Then I stood over her and straddled her, get up, get up. Now my mother's standing on the stoop, maybe 75 feet away, watching this. She stayed right where she was. And the girl didn't get up, so I walked over to my mother and she said, what happened? And I said, well, she said you weren't my mother and she called you a chink. And my mother was like, okay, good, come inside and eat. Now, for my mother, had that not been my reaction, she would have said, get back over there and beat her ass. Because you look like that, we're in an all-Black neighborhood. We're the only kids whose father doesn't live with them. They got tribes of their families living around. And what my mother knew was, oh, no, no, no. You're not going to be punked in this neighborhood and have these kids beating on you and chasing you. If you're going to get beaten up, you're going to get beaten up fighting back. You're not going to get beaten up because you were running away. Because then I got to go home and face my mother, who's going to beat me up for running away, right? So that's one. Two, I was in Queens at the Museum of the Moving Image, and I showed the documentary, and it was an audience of about 300. And a little girl in the Q&A, maybe 14 years old, she stood up, she raised her hand, I called on her, she stood up and immediately started crying, immediately crying. And I was like, oh, baby, what's wrong? Now, she looked to me to be mixed race, right? There was a woman sitting next to her. There was some resemblance. The woman was a white woman. And the little girl standing up, the woman sitting down, and she's like, what is happening? And the little girl kind of gathered herself when I said, take your time, we'll wait. Because the whole audience was sympathetic towards her, right? And it wasn't a child's gathering, but I found that when I show the film, which is suitable for children, that sometimes people bring their whole families. So the little girl said, as she gathered herself, can you help me? And I said, sure, I'll try. She said, what do I tell people? How do I make them stop asking me, what are you? Back to Andrea earlier, what we were talking about. What are you? And her mother, her mouth was agape. This white woman was looking at her daughter going, what is happening? So the little girl said, how do I make people stop asking me that? And I said, never in my life did I ever think that I would be in a position to help someone of mixed race, looking as I look, to help someone navigate that. But I think I can help you because I lived through that with my mother. I would stand next to her or be in the vicinity or right there when people would, well, what are you? Always angered and infuriated my mother. And her first answer would be, I'm Jamaican. No. What? Because it's no. What are? And that would be the damn idiot and walk away, right? So I said to the little girl, try this. If you choose to answer, ask them, are you asking me about my racial heritage? And if they say yes, then you can say, well, my mom is this and my dad is that. I said, but I want to give you another option. You don't have to answer that question.
Yeah, I don't believe in curiosity.
Because it is personal, it's private, and you're not on display.
Yeah.
And the look on her face was like, I never knew that. I never heard of that. I said, you're not here to satisfy people's curiosity. To your point, Andrea, her mother again is having whiplash. Like, I don't understand this. And I said to this little girl, you own you. You own your story. You own your history. You get to talk about it how and when you want with whomever you choose. So you don't get to even have friends, if they're your friends, or strangers ask you such a personal and invasive question if you choose to not engage. And then I turned to her mother and I said, I can't help, but I said, I'm going to ask, are you her mom? And she said, yes. And I said, you seem to be befuddled by this. And she said, I am, because she said, she's never asked me that. I said, because you don't have the experience. I said, possibly neither does her father. And I said, so here's what I would like people to hear. Love is love. I agree, I get it, but understand that sometimes the children of mixed race relationships have a childhood that neither parent has ever experienced or can understand. And the mother was just purple. I said, I'm taking it that your daughter has never raised this with you and you never knew it was an issue for her. Yeah, people in my own family ask her that. I said, and as her mother, you might want to block that. Because you see, she was in tears before she could even get it out. And the little girl, afterwards, she came up to me, and we were hugging, and I said, listen, baby, I want you to know you actually have power. You have power. You own you. People don't get to come at you any way they want, and you comply. So having said that, right, here we are, daughters of the Caribbean and daughters of Chinese of the Caribbean. And how many times have we been asked, what are you? Not me necessarily because of this, but here's what I will tell you came out. What came out after I shot my documentary was a friend of mine told me that another friend, acquaintance, who remained unnamed, said, well, I wonder now if Paula's going to stop being Black and will be Chinese.
Oh, God.
Why are those incompatible? I'm sorry.
It's because of how people, like the idea of what Black is here in this country. It's one drop. So it doesn't matter. And the fact that you acknowledge any other aspect of your culture is taken as denial, as opposed to being inclusive of everything that makes you who you are. You know, like I am concerned about my son because he, you know, my husband is racially ambiguous to everyone. Like everyone has thought he was everything across the spectrum, and he's Black and white. But, you know, and then our son is much fairer skinned. He's got long hair. You know, he doesn't subscribe to the idea that boys can't have long hair. So he carries both of our last name unhyphenated. So he is just really messing with everyone's mind right now. And he understands that he is Black. He understands that he has Chinese heritage, but getting him to feel like he can speak up when that's asked of him, I'm curious to see what's going to happen when he gets older. You know, he presents as Black, but he also, it's very clear that he's mixed. So and I live in a very conservative, racist town. San Diego is not the most Black friendly town. So I'm curious to see what his experience is going to be like. And like, as a boy, how do I get him to not feel like he has to defend his existence? You know, he's going to carry this name for the rest of his life. So, you know, how do you get him to understand, like, how do you prepare them? Like, look, this is going to be like this. Like, how do you prepare your child for what's going to come with that when they carry the name? It's one thing to like Tao, Goff and I were talking, she is more Asian presenting and she has an Asian first name. She has a Chinese first name. So we've talked about how people perceive her to be. And then I was telling her, I was like, yeah, but I have the opposite problem. I have the Chinese last name and then I look Black to everybody. So, you know, it's people's perception and how you deal with it. And I'm curious because he has both names. He has my husband's last name, which is, you know, German, but it sounds American, and then he carries Chung with him. So like people are going to be all messed up when they try to figure out what he is. And I want him to understand, you don't have to explain that to them. You know, you are who you are. Yeah. Let it go. They have very small minds. and you identify yourself the way you choose to identify. You know, he understands he will be seen as Black, but I don't understand why it's such a hard thing for people to accept that we want to also identify with the other parts of us that make us who we are, that make us like as amazing as he is. I want him to be able to accept his Black American family, his Chinese family, his Trini family, his Jamaican family. You know, like it shouldn't have to be a choice. It shouldn't be one or the other. And unfortunately, the way race is structured here in the US, it's like you have to make a choice. Yeah. And if you rebel against that, then you're the problem. You know, you become the problem.
Yeah,
go ahead. I was gonna say, what are you seeing in this?
Oh no, well, I kept on getting, I've done a lot of interviews for different stations in the US and Canada for the film. And I kept on getting asked this one question. And the more and more I thought about it, I was like, this is a freaking ridiculous question. People kept on asking me, well, why is it important for you to identify as Trinidadian? And I was like,
it's your culture.
I was like, what the F do you mean? Why is it important for me? Why is it important for you to identify as anything that you are? You know what I mean? Like it's a part of me. It's how I grew up. It's my heritage. Why, like, I don't know. It seems really dismissive of my Caribbean side.
It's a stupid question, because if culturally that is the way that you were raised, then why shouldn't you identify that way?
Just because of my color? Just to make it, you think it's like you're doing me a favor that it's making it easier on me if I just say I'm Chinese and leave it at that? Unfortunately, it probably is making it easier to just say, oh, I'm Chinese, but that feels horrible to me. That feels horrible to deny my Caribbean side, because that's just not the way I was born and not the way I was raised.
There's an authenticity to being able to be authentic, right? It isn't anything you're running from. It isn't anything you're hiding from. But again, it's again, when people would ask my mother that, she'd say, I'm Jamaican. And no. But what
are you? Yeah.
It's like, you know, and again, I think I learned that attitude of being dismissive if you choose to. I don't have to answer this by watching my mother call the person a damn idiot and storming off. And then they'd look at me like, what did I say? And I'd be like, listen, that's a stupid thing to ask her, right? She doesn't like being asked that.
I also think, Danielle, for you, like, I know that it has got to be completely irritating for people to have this perception of what it is to be Trini. And it's just like, to be of Trinidad is to look like anything. And the idea that you should be excluded from that has to be incredibly infuriating. That, like, what are you trying to say what someone from Trinidad is supposed to be if you are not going to be inclusive of everything that makes up the country? Like, for me, I would be so pissed off having someone tell you to not identify that way, or, you know, just limiting who you are to just being the way that you present. Like that, I would want to like fight somebody, because you're limiting the history of the Caribbean, like a whole history of a region. How can you deny that? And to just identify it as being one thing, you know, is absurd.
Well, they see it as like a little blip in my history, right? When the majority of my history is in China. And so somehow it's negligible. That little blip is negligible. But I'm like, that's a really huge part of my life, you know? And oh yeah, it's definitely frustrating. Like, if you, not that anybody should do this, because it's probably really boring. If you looked at my first interviews when I started interviewing for this film to what I'm doing now, I got asked that question at every single interview, and my answers got more irate as the interviews went on. Like, I started getting way more vocal about this, because then I just realized this was just such a dumb question, because it was the same kind of pat answer where it's like, well, it's important to me and I grew up that way. I'm like,
maybe the way that you grew up was wrong.
Maybe the way I grew up was wrong. I don't know.
So
I think it felt right.
This is a good point. So we're at a good place here, Danielle. Let's take a look at the clip from your documentary, But You're Not Black. Can we roll that?
Maybe not.
I think I
No,
know they
you're
have
not
it.
black. You are Trinidadian.
Austin, are we going to roll that? It played? Oh, okay. You mean we just didn't see it? Okay, all right. Uh, um, so uh, the point about that documentary was there was so much what I consider to be racism that's caught up in that question, and I call it racism because usually when we talk about racism, it's from the perspective, at least in the U.S., of black, of white versus black. I mean, you know, the who's in power, right? But in this one, the inherent racism in the statement, but you're not black, is again denying someone their heritage, their culture. And why do you get to do that, right? But it's probably fulfilling or not fulfilling the stereotypical image that goes along with being Trinidadian. Now, growing up the way I grew up, my stereotypical image of Trinidadian is all of this. It's a whole range because I know ranges, right? Jamaicans, I've been to Cuba now twice in the past, I think, 5 years. One time I went with the National Association of Black Journalists. So I was black when I went. And it was under the structure that existed where you had to go as part of an educational group. So we visited this thing and we visited that thing and we went to that place and the hotel was selected for us and all the above. And the next year I went when those restrictions were lifted, and I went to celebrate the 150th anniversary of the Minchitang in Havana. So I went as Chinese, right? As a person of the Chinese diaspora. So me and some cousins from Canada and people we went down there and we stayed in Chinatown. And we hung out with the Caribbean, with the Cuban Chinese the entire week. It was a completely different experience. And that's where and how I learned from the government that 20% of Cuba, which is a large nation, a large island nation, 20% of Cuba is mixed race Chinese. And people go, what? Yeah. So it's interesting because when I went on that first trip with the Black journalists, we had a translator who was with us. And this is a Cuban woman, brown skin, and my oldest brother and I were on this trip, and I'd said to her, you know, we really, you know, at some point we want to break away from the group and go to Chinatown. So, you know, and we kept saying that first day, second day, third day, we still weren't in the vicinity of. And then finally, let's say the fourth day, there was a bus, the bus was nearby. And she said, Paula, you know, if you guys want to, you know, you can get, and nobody else in the group wanted to see Chinatown. I'm like, okay, everybody's black. Well, it's okay, not a problem. So my brother and I got off, we walked around Chinatown, took pictures. We didn't know anybody, but there were clearly, right, Chinese characters, Chinese symbols, iconic Chinese things in this 4 or 5 block area. The next time I went back, I was now interacting with all the people and going in and out of these places because I'm now part of the Chinese community in Cuba. When I talked to the translator later in that first visit, she said, why are you so caught up in, why do you really want to go to Chinatown so bad? I was like, oh, because we're Caribbean Chinese, we're from, you know, Jamaican Chinese. And I just wanted to understand what it was here on this island. And she said to me, oh, my grandfather's Chinese. In fact, my dad, and she showed me a picture of her father. My dad, he looks Chinese. And I started laughing. And she said, I just wondered, because I've never encountered any Americans who kept like doing this the way you were. And So there are a lot of you like me who I call myself mystery Chinese, like I'm hidden, right? Like you can't tell, right? So she said, "Oh no, there are lots and lots and lots of us here." And I said, "And do you see yourselves as a separate community?" Not as a separate community because we're Cuban, right? So again, the way they see themselves, we're all Cuban, right? But we know that the Chinese have been coming to Cuba since the 1840s, and some of us are descendants of that, and some are descendants of people who came later on during, the Castro era. So to me, it was fascinating. We visited the largest medical school, and so many of the teaching physicians, the professors, were Chinese who had been sent from China to teach medicine in Cuba. I just loved it. I thought it was fascinating and amazing, right? So for me, it's the question of the globalism. Now I'm going to ask you about citizens of what country, what nation. I made a statement during one of my talks in China where I said, if China afforded dual citizenship the way some nations do, and if everyone who was eligible for that dual citizenship by virtue of parentage, right, and heritage, if everyone who qualified actually got citizenship with China in addition to where they were born, instead of there being 1.4 billion Chinese, there'd be 2.4 billion. And you know what the reaction was? They jumped to their feet and started applauding wildly. They were like, yes! And I was like, man, this is not fitting my image of what I thought that for China, it's for so many years, it's if you left China, you left China. We don't care about you. That's why for the ABCs, right, the American-born Chinese, the overseas Chinese, they're so much caught up in returning to China because for centuries, not welcome to come back. And now, China welcomes overseas Chinese. In fact, each province has an office whose sole mission is to connect overseas Chinese with their ancestral villages and their clans in China. Been going on now for a couple of decades. And you know who instituted that? Deng Xiaoping. When Deng Xiaoping was the premier of China, he put that in place. And so it was bringing more capitalism to communism, right? But Deng Xiaoping, I don't know if you guys know, was Hakka.
Wow.
I just want that to percolate for a moment.
I would be interested in going back to find the village. I have an aunt who did that, who took my grandfather to China in '84 before he passed to go find his village, which didn't exist anymore, but he did, like he was able to like identify a tree that he planted as a child, and he found, they found some relatives there and like one of his oldest friends when he was a child, and he just like bawled and was just crying because he had completely lost track of his family. I would love, that would be like a huge dream of mine, was to be able to go back and
I
see.
can help you with that.
Yes, we'll have to talk after.
What's fascinating for me is that I found my family because I went to the Toronto Hakka conference. And by the way, we're having it virtually. It's going to be online next month in July, right? So it's I will type it, but it's Toronto Hakka Conference.com. Right, I'll type it in there. But my cousin Keith Lowe was one of the founders of this. And what I learned from them was the Hakka community, while large, is small, right? It's very connected. And your last name, Chung, Andrea, for certain, on the island of Jamaica, there are only a few villages in Guangdong province, which is where all of the Chinese who went to Jamaica came from. We came from Guangdong province. There's only a few villages in China, in Guangdong province, where the Chungs left to go to Jamaica. So you might only be looking for 3 places, right?
Interesting.
Right.
I know that there aren't a lot of chungs in Jamaica. Like, if it's a chung, I'm most likely related to them.
Well, here's the answer to this. A woman who helped me a lot is Felicia Chang, right? And Felicia is Chinese Trinidadian. Daniel, did you ever meet her? Did I ever?
I did, yeah. Yeah.
And Felicia just moved to Uganda, but she still runs her business called Plantain, like Plantain. That's what she does. She will help research and she'll connect you. And then there's another guy who's a friend of mine who's based in Beijing, and his company called My China Roots, mychinaroots.com, he can connect from all over the world, people seeking their connections back to China. I never try to anticipate what kind of pockets or pocketbook a person has, but I know that for him, Huihan Lee, Huihan's costs are not that expensive, meaning I'll say under $500. And his success rate is in the 90s, where he can connect. He'll find your village, he and his people, they'll find your village and connect you with them. And lots of success stories come out of this. So the way to connect with him is mychinaroots.com. And then Felicia, it's Plantain, and you can find Plantain on Facebook. I'm trying to think of the suffix of, the dot. It's not .com, but it's Plantain dot something. But you can find Felicia Chang on Facebook under Plantain, as far as the lovely fruit that we all eat and love.
There's also another resource, and I discovered it purely by accident through one of my Chinese Jamaican friends. Did you know you guys have an encyclopedia of Chinese Jamaicans?
No.
you have an encyclopedia, awesome. And I don't know who published it. It's really thick.
Yeah.
It's really
man, that's awesome.
thick.
It's Patrick and Lorraine Lee. They published it. I have it.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna get it right here, right now.
My friend who's Chinese Jamaican, he's so embarrassed by it because when you read it, it mentions all the families and it gives this little description. It's like, oh, Mark is now a university student and he's studying pharmacy in Toronto. Like, it's just, it's great, but he's so embarrassed.
I would love to see that. Is there one at all for Trinidad? It is really hard to find records in Trinidad because I know that the archives are just like horrendous. So I find that getting any kind of information like that about Chinese heritage there is just such a challenge. I have to get that book because that looks amazing.
So even if they don't have one on Trinidad, here's what happens, right? So this was Jamaican Chinese Worldwide. This one, Canadian Jamaican Chinese, right? And the beauty of these books is that the families gathered, took photos, and then there's narratives that say housewife, secretary, PhD, et cetera, right?
All your business out on Front Street. That's so Caribbean.
But the thing to remember in these, and you can find, so it's Patrick Lee and Lorraine with one R, Lorraine Lee, and they live in Toronto. And the thing is that, so let me put this out this way. Almost all Chinese Jamaicans are cousins because it was a small population and there's a lot of intermarriage. So almost all of us are cousins. And the same would hold true for the Chinese Trinidadians. In fact, there are Chinese Trinidadians who are family members with the Chinese Jamaicans. So my friend Felicia Chang, that's exactly what happened. Her father's Chinese Jamaican, her grandmother's Chinese Trinidadian, but that's because they went from one place to the other, right? What we don't necessarily have is in terms of, again, what I was saying earlier, there are not a lot of us who have relatives in Cuba because we're Hakka and they're not.
Are you familiar with?
They're not.
Are you familiar with Maria Magdalena Campos Pons? She's an amazing visual artist. She's from Cuba. Extremely dark-skinned, but makes amazing work about her Chinese family. I was in a show with her a couple years ago, but she's got these really beautiful portraits of different Chinese traditions that her family did, completely painted with the kaolin clay all over her skin. Just really stunning, beautiful work. And she continues to investigate and make work about her Chinese heritage in Cuba. It's really, that's the artist I want to be when I grow up. Like, she's really amazing.
Did you get to see the exhibit that was at the Chinese American Museum in LA called Circles and Circuits?
I was in the show.
Okay, and is that how we know each other?
No, but Maria.
I'm on the board of that. That show was inspired by me, by my heritage. That's where it came from.
No, but I was in that show, and Maria was actually in that show also, but her work was at CAM. It was in the CAM location, but she has these, actually have the catalog here.
Okay, then I don't know her, but I know her work.
Yeah,
because I used to be on the board of the California African American Museum. And now I'm on the board of the Chinese American Museum of Los Angeles. And so the cooperation came about.
Yeah.
And the African American Museum had much more exhibit space.
Yeah.
So we partnered with them, and that's how and why the exhibits were in both places. But yeah, that's what actually
huge piece there. It was really beautiful.
And I know her work. And when I went to Trinidad, I went and hung out with Catherine
Chen. Yes, she's really lovely. Yeah, she's extremely sweet, and she had a piece that was actually kind of like across from where I was at CAM. Yeah, there's a lot of really amazing Chinese Trini artists that are popping up all over the place now. It's really great to see all these artists that are starting to come to the fore. It's exciting, and I feel like whenever I see somebody, I'm like, I want to be your friend, like immediately, because there's just so few of us, really showing work here in the States. So it's really great. It's nice to find community.
You remember when we started this whole discussion, I said to you, I mentioned that I was married to an artist and that I love art and I love to be around. That's a part of what was going on with all of that. So I was in my element. And one of the receptions that we had that night here at the Chinese American Museum, we had Miss Pat Chin of VP Records, the infamous VP Records. They launched ska and reggae and so many other stars. We had, at the reception, they presented the music. And it was great. So what we were trying to do was introduce into the Los Angeles community, right, or the Southern California community, more information and knowledge about Chinese people and art, but Chinese people in a different part of the world, right? So, yeah, no, we have so much in common. Well, we're going to be wrapping up soon. Before we do, what I would like for both of you to do is talk about upcoming things that you're working on. I'll share what I'm working on, but how about we, Danielle, this time let's start with you. What are you working on? What's happening for you in the future?
First and foremost, I'm an actor in a comic, so this documentary came out of that. It didn't really come out of me being a filmmaker. So I'm actually going back on screen for the next little while, and I won't be making any film, unfortunately.
But we'll be seeing you.
You'll be seeing me, but not as the angry person here. That's the only thing.
You're not angry.
You're not angry, but opinionated. You're not going to be seeing the opinionated Danielle for a while.
Okay. And Andrea?
Danielle, there's actually a Caribbean film festival that happens that's been happening at USC. I don't know if you're familiar, but it would be amazing to have that screened here. I can connect you with the person that runs it, but it would be pretty amazing to see that here. I'll send you an email after this. I have a show up right now at the Getty that's part of a photography show called PhotoFlux. I'm kind of busy this year. I'm doing a show at my gallery in LA at Tyler Park Presents in September. I'm working with the Children's Museum here in San Diego doing a piece that sort of investigates, I'm sort of creating a survival guide for people who are trying to migrate into the country, and presenting it for kids to really think about why people want to migrate into the country. This is a border city, so I think it's important to discuss everything that's happening now. And it just shows, I'm actually doing a show with a Trinidadian curator who teaches at Columbia. It's going to be at the Ford Foundation next year, and it's featuring all Caribbean artists, and one woman from Jamaica, Margaret Chen. And I think there's another artist from Trinidad as well that's a part of the show. But I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be probably one of the largest venues I've been in my life. So I'm kind of excited about that.
Great.
And Paula, what are you up to?
So what I'm up to is, this is my book as published in the US, Finding Samuel Lowe. This is it published in Chinese in China. It's on the Ministry of Education has recommended it for high school and college. And it was named top 5 nonfiction books in Shenzhen. This is being turned into a limited TV series that will air in China and here in the US. I'm in development with Amazon.
Awesome.
And Legendary Pictures. So that's what's happening with that. And then I and 3 partners, one of whom is Helen Zia, an author, journalist, and activist. Today, the announcement should be out that we're in partnership with Participant Films to create a limited series on Vincent Chin, the Chinese American man who was murdered in Detroit in 1982 by angry white US auto workers who targeted him under the guise of you Japanese are bringing in imports and destroying the US auto industry.
John Oliver just did a story about him this week.
Absolutely. And this one is, so Helen Zia is the executor of the estate, and she was the person who brought most of the publicity out back in 1982 about this murder of Vincent Chin. So, and the beauty of this one is that not a lot of people are aware that it is the African-American community that bonded with the Chinese American and the Pan-Asian American community in Detroit to fight for the civil rights that were violated by Vincent Chin. So this story is really going to be a story certainly about Vincent Chin, but there's a lot of presence of African Americans, of Black people in this story. And that's, so my thrust these days is whatever is at the intersection of Black and Asian, because in today's world, we're referred to as Blasians, Black Asians, right? I want to be in a media role at that intersection to dispel this myth that it's mostly Black people who are attacking Asians. There are reports out, the study came out, which I shared with you all prior to this, to our talk today, that factually fewer than 10% of the attacks against Asians in the United States are committed by Black people. In fact, the majority of the attacks are by white men. We saw that in Georgia, right? We've seen that in so many places, but that's not what gets highlighted. And for that, I think we have to examine the US news media and what video gets played over and over and over. So thank you both so much, my girls. We're gonna get together, my hakamoy. Marva, I see you're back. thank you so much for giving us this opportunity. And, you know, it was great.
Thank you very much, Paula. Whoops. Oh yeah, Paula, thank you so very much. I mean, I could go on and on. You're right. We need an hour and a half or more for this. And Paula, I am in front of everybody right now. I'm going to ask you, because we wanted to do this last year, but hopefully next year we can do a screening of finding Samuel Lowe again here, because now that more people know about it, I have a nice Q&A, you know, some cocktails and hors d'oeuvres and all of that. So I'm gonna talk to you about that for next year when our film festival goes live again.
Okay, and I agree. I commit to it as long as we have J. Ray and Nephew, meat patties, oxtail, and plantains. I don't need cocktails and hors d'oeuvres. I need my people's food.
I know what you mean, that white rum, right? Yes. Okay, great. We will certainly arrange that. Thank you guys so very much. Andrea, Danny, thank you guys so very much. This was so enlightening. And, you know, I don't know if you know Andreen Bonner. She said, I think you know Richard Liu, Paula. Richard has a book, Andreen Bonner from New York. She commented and said that Richard Liu has a really good book. He's a Blasian as well.
Yeah.
And
he works for Miss Pat. He works at VP Records.
Works for VP Records. We were hoping to have Miss Pat on, just to do a solo thing about VP Records, and because but she just couldn't fit into her schedule for this time. But I'm so very proud of her. Very proud of her. After her husband passed, you know, she was able to keep things going, and she goes way back in Jamaican music. People think it's Bob Marley. Before Bob Marley, it was her and well, it was her husband first, and then she joined him, and you know, so BP Records that's where the history of modern Jamaican music gets started.
And Miss Pat she too is mixed. Her mixture is Chinese and Indian.
Exactly.
Right, so she's Hakka Chinese and Indian. So we have that too in Jamaica, but she's a lovely person and my idol and my friend.
Very lovely person, yes. Thank you all so very much for doing this, Andrea. I'll check you out, and also to just to let folks know that Danny's film, But You're Not Black, is screening right now. If you click, there should be a button where you can click to see the shows, but it's screening right now at Caribbean Lens. Yeah, there should be a button on your. I can't see it here. Oh, it's on the bottom. My earpiece told me that it's on the bottom where folks can see the film, can screen Danny's film.
I've seen it. I love it. I think it's wonderful. And I just want to say, you know, it's not wonderful because I'm in it, but it's wonderful. Yes. It's wonderful because it really is an outstanding documentary. And Danielle, let me just say this to you. While we're not casting yet, I'm going to keep your name on the list for potential casting because now I have 2 projects I'm working on.
Yeah, just bring me in somewhere in the background, just walking across the background somewhere. Just throw me in somewhere.
Okay.
It's interesting. Coincidentally, when we accepted Danny's, when my team accepted Danny's, I had thought about reaching out to Paula, and then when I saw Danny's, there was Paula in there. I said, "Oh my gosh, this is perfect."
I'm kind of ubiquitous. I'm kind of everywhere. I'm a stalker. I'm just everywhere.
Yes, I remember one of the times that and Austin, bear with me here. After this, then you can cut to whatever is on the schedule. But I remember one of the first times when Paula's movie came out, and I think we were at Fox Studios, and I'd made a joke about Mr. Chin, and Paul said, "No, don't do that. No, you guys need to stop doing that." Don't. But then before that, there's a Black Jamaican doctor here in Southern California. Her husband is a Chinese Jamaican. And she took some of her colleagues, her American Chinese colleagues, to Jamaica. And somebody called, "Hey, Miss Chin," and one of her colleagues said, "How did he know my name?" And she said she had to, but you see, because she's from Jamaica, it was not an insult to her. She said, oh, Chinese, they even call Japanese people Miss Chin.
Yeah. Well, the fact that the truth is that the most popular, most common Chinese surname is Chin.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
So you know, that's like, I guess in the U.S. it would be Smith or Jones or Johnson, but Miss Chin is the most common one. And I do want to put in a plug for the producer and director of Finding Samuel Lowe. Her name is Jeanette Kong, and she has a couple of other really wonderful documentaries. One of them deals with a man who's half, you know, it's half Chinese. So
Chinese.
Right. So, but it's Jeanette Kong. She has some really wonderful documentaries. She's out of Toronto, and she's Chinese Jamaican and grew up in Toronto.
Yeah. Wonderful. Thank you guys so very much for this. Very timely, and we're going to continue next year, hopefully live.
Okay.
Thank you, Andrea, Danielle, and of course, Paula Madison.
Thank you. And I'll be in touch, my sisters. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye. No, just play it. You can just play it. No, the commercial, right?
Hey everyone, I'm Barbara Ballard from the Shirley Chisholm Cultural Institute. The Shirley Chisholm Cultural Institute was founded in 1977 with the permission of Ms. Chisholm herself and its exception. It was a network of women from all walks of life that kept Ms. Chisholm in touch with the community and its concerns building on educational and cultural advancements. I am proud to say it's been a labor of love for me for almost 2 decades, working to ensure that Congresswoman Chisholm's legacy lives, mentored by the late Bill Howard, Chisholm's campaign finance manager and personal confidant. The Shirley Chisholm Cultural Institute is now developing programming leading our community into sustainability and empowerment. Our primary goal of the Institute is to preserve the legacy of Congresswoman Chisholm through the initiatives cultivated in 1977 with 21st century activism and innovation. The Shirley Chisholm Cultural Institute presents Time for Shirley Chisholm, directed by Maz Mendez, produced by B. Ballard LLC and the Mazelstedt Company, with the voiceover of award-winning actress Anika Noni Rose.
There are people in our country's history who don't look left or right, they just look straight ahead. And Shirley Chisholm was one of those people. Driven by a profound commitment to justice, she became the first African-American congresswoman, the first African-American woman from a major political party to run for president. When Shirley was assigned to the House Agricultural Committee, despite the fact that her district was from New York City, she said, apparently all they know here in Washington about Brooklyn is that a tree grew there. But she made the most of her new role, helping to create the supplemental nutrition program that feeds poor mothers and their children. Shirley Chisholm's example transcends her life, and when asked how she'd like to be remembered, she had an answer. I'd like them to say that Shirley Chisholm had guts. And I'm proud to say it. Shirley Chisholm had guts.
Acting under the mandate of the United States Court of Appeals, the Federal Communications Commission has ordered the Columbia Broadcasting System to provide Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm with 1/2 hour of prime airtime. The following broadcast is presented in compliance with that order. The program was recorded from 9:30 to 10 on Sunday morning, June 4th.
Good evening, I'm Nat Hintoff, moderator of tonight's press panel, Time for Shirley Chisholm. For the next half hour, we'll be talking with the first woman candidate for the presidency of the United States. Because there are no CBS newsmen on this panel, by decision of CBS, I want to make clear that each of us is here as a working journalist to interview Congresswoman Chisholm as we would any other candidate. I have no idea whether any of the members of this panel supports Ms. Chisholm's candidacy. I, for instance, though I wish her well, will be voting for another in the New York State primary.
Why do you think you can do this?
When a moment has arrived in history for a certain thing, there's no one that can stop that moment, I believe. And I want everyone to clearly understand that although I am a black woman, that I'm a very qualified woman. I'm a holder of 4 college degrees plus 10 points from a PhD in education and administration. I mention these things to you to let you know that yes, it is true I'm black, and it is true I'm a woman, but that when you begin to compare me with some of the other candidates that are running, I have very high qualifications.
Do you expect to get the blessing of the Democratic Party?
Oh, I think it's quite well known that I don't enter most things with the blessings of any party. I think it's quite well known. Anybody who's followed my political career knows very, very keenly that I am the only unbought and unbossed politician. And I mean that literally. And I think that you have to recognize that because I am not white and because I'm not a male, that I am not going to get the blessings of the power structure in this country. So I think we're fooling ourselves when that question is asked of me in terms of whether I'm going to get their blessings. Of course I'm not going to get their blessings. I stand before you today as a candidate for the Democratic nomination for the presidency of the United States of America. I am not the candidate of Black America, although I am black and proud. I am not the candidate of the women's movement of this country, although I am a woman, and I'm equally proud of that. I am not the candidate of any political bosses or fat cats or special interests. I am the candidate of the people of America.
What do you think of Ms. Chisholm running for presidency?
White man ain't gonna let her be the president, never. If she will become a president, she won't last.
Well, way I'm pushing that we will have a black president this coming term. And the next term, the next 4 years, I'm wishing that we have a nigga. I'm gonna vote for everyone. Every one of them. I'm pushing forward for that. I want to see today. If I don't see it, I want some of my kids and grandkids to see it.
I think she is the only candidate that offers anything to me. She said more that I can relate to than any other candidate I've heard so far. I haven't heard them in person, but I've heard them on Meet the Press, and I've heard them, read what they said in the newspaper. And I like what she says, and I think she's got guts.
Well, I think she has very much a chance of being president if she can get the nomination. This business of the primaries and the delegates is something else again. But I think she's offering all of America, including white men, something that they haven't had a chance at for a long time, which is an honest candidate.
You're going to vote for her?
I certainly would.
Do not forget tomorrow's Democratic primaries. Vote for the Chisholm slate, the unborn candidate.
And they don't understand that something new is happening in America. And this campaign, the Shirley Chisholm campaign, is the note of the new politics. The rest of it is just making tired old noises, I can't get excited about any of it. I am excited about Shirley Chisholm's candidacy.
Oh, thank you. So I'd like to have Fred Soto, our city commissioner. On behalf of the city of Sarasota, we welcome you here. We got something you can wear and remember our beautiful city here.
No se olviden de votar mañana en las primarias, el 20 de junio. Voten para los candidatos de Shirley Chisholm. Right on, brothers.
Before we begin, let me take just a moment to say that ABC News originally had invited Senator McGovern and Senator Humphrey, the two leading candidates for the Democratic presidential nomination, to appear on this program. Friday night, the Federal Appeals Court in Washington, D.C. ruled that Mrs. Chisholm must also be invited to participate.
From the panel, Mary Breasted.
Mrs. Chisholm, Bella Abzug has called your candidacy a symbolic one in her book. Do you agree with that?
Well, it may be symbolic in terms of the fact that never before in the history of this country has a woman seriously run for the candidacy for the presidency of this country. So therefore, from that standpoint, it has to be regarded as symbolic. But in addition to possibly being symbolic, since a woman is running very seriously and has been doing that for the past 7 months, although many people don't want to accept this fact, I think it is a real candidacy because I would not have been going all over this country for 7 months, as contrasted to some gentleman who only started about 4 months ago running for the presidency of this country just merely for my health.
But yet you have gotten only really 3% of the popular vote. What has kept you in?
I think what has kept me in is because nobody knows what's going to happen at the convention.
That question, Mrs. Chisholm, forget the personality. If your own candidacy for the top spot should fail, would you actively seek to be on the ticket? Are you now saying that you think you could serve as Vice President of the United States, strengthening the ticket?
I could serve as president of this country, believe it or not.
NBC News reports the 1972 Democratic Convention.
Shirley takes the agendas from the women's power movement and the black power movement to the convention in the hopes of shaping a unified Democratic Party platform. The two movements, while fighting for many of the same rights, can only see their differences. Shirley is too black for the women and too female for the men. But Shirley continues the fight for the people. Do you personally support Shirley Chisholm?
Personally, I have considered Senator McGovern the best white male candidate.
They're dissipating the potential of black delegate strength at the convention if you come here and try to run a black in a symbolic protest campaign, and that's about what Shirley Chisholm's campaign will amount to.
Sure. There's one point that I would like to make, because many people come to the political arena raising the question of whether you can win or lose, and that's an important issue. What happens if Shirley Chisholm does or does not win the California primary? I personally think that Shirley Chisholm can win, particularly in a 4 or 5 person split. I think the potential is very great and very possible, and the point is we've got to get it into people's heads that it is possible for Shirley Chisholm to win. And we're talking about striking out in a whole new course politically in this country if we're going to make it a viable society for people. And so Shirley Chisholm's campaign and candidacy, in my estimation, takes that next serious step. And if we get hung up with the psychological genocide that says, well, gee, we can't win, the point is they told me when I announced that I was crazy, but we won. And the point is that people really are serious about putting a new kind of alternative out there. The Shirley Chisholm candidacy, in my estimation, says put up or shut up, and that's an important point.
Burn myself up with what I see, and it makes me more determined than ever to see if I can't conquer it. And I know I can't conquer it, but it's deep with me. It's not, it's intense, it's deep. I see too much suffering. And then I want to tell these politicians around here, they don't care. They don't care.
Her goal was to gather enough delegates to negotiate advancements for black people, Latinos, gays, and women. She almost got enough. But as the tension at the convention rose, even her greatest supporters turned away.
Dellins, I know he has supported in recent months the candidacy of Congresswoman Chisholm out of conviction, out of the same kind of sincerity that he brings to this endorsement of my candidacy here today.
The black politicians are no different from the white politicians. They've made their deals, they've made their contracts because they didn't believe that Mrs. Chisholm knows how to maneuver or what have you. That has always been their problem with me. Don't pay her any mind. But, you can't wish me away. You can't.
Was daring to run worth it?
Of course, it's very important that someone dares to run to let everybody else in America know that the presidency of this country is not the exclusive domain of just white males. There are other kinds of people that make up America that need to have some input on the highest level. And of course, if you're going to break that tradition, you've got to have courage and you've got to have guts. And so therefore, because I've always had courage and I've always had guts, I dare to run. It's as simple as that.
Good evening. Good evening.
He's talking about the American dream.
But it's not only the women and the blacks, it's also the Indians.
Who is the American dream set up for? Who was it set up for? All Americans? Supposedly. There it is. Supposedly. What did the Constitution used to say? A Negro was what? 3/5 of a man.
Yeah, women couldn't vote till 1920.
Whose fault was that? Who ran the country? Who ran it? It's about time that the minority people came into being, right? All right, then. Therefore, I say vote for Shirley Chisholm.
We are the Canny Masons, a musical family from Nottingham.
Being parents of 7 children is wonderful. It's a very busy life, but full of fun and full of excitement.
Hello, my name is Dean Fenton, and I am the U.S. Tourism Director for the Antigua and Barbuda Tourism Authority. And this evening, I bring you a warm Antigua and Barbuda welcome. First, I would like to thank the Caribbean Heritage Organization for giving me this opportunity to present the CHO Excellence in Music Award to the Kene Mason family, of whom this award is well deserved. The CHA celebrates the contribution made by people of Caribbean descent in the film, music, and the art industry, and is dedicated to celebrating the Caribbean and its diaspora. The Kene Mason are 7 award-winning musical talented siblings who have been the subject of documentaries, appeared in television interviews globally, and recently opened for the BBC's 2020 Imagine series entitled The House is Full of Music. Isata, Briama, Shiku, Kanya, Geneva, Aminata, and Mariatu grew up listening to various genres of music: classical, country and western, reggae, and rock. They all play either piano, violin, or cello. In 2015, the Kene Mason achieved semi-final success on Britain's Got Talent, performing a medley of Tchaikovsky, and received admirable accolades from the judges, most notably from Simon Cowell, who praised the siblings as probably the most talented family in the world. Since that performance, the siblings have made their marks individually and as a family. In 2016, Shiku Kene Mason was the first Black musician to win the coveted BBC Young Musician Award. Previously, in 2014 and 2018, respectively, his piano sister, Isata, and Geneva reached the keyboard finals in the same competition, which began in 1978. In 2018, Shiku performed at the wedding of Prince Harry and Meghan Markle to an audience of 2 billion worldwide. Shiku and Isata both have best-selling recordings. The family has performed at the Britain Academy Film Award and was awarded the Global Award for Best Classical Artist 2021. This slightly scratches the surface of the absolute genius of this family. This family personifies creative genius, excellence, and talent. And it is my distinct honor to introduce these descendants of Antiguan heritage for this prestigious award from the Caribbean Heritage Organization, Incorporated. I thank you.
We are honoured to have received the 2021 Excellence in Music Award. Thank you very much from all of the Kene Mason family.
We're so delighted and honoured to receive this award, and we're very proud of our Antiguan and Barbudan heritage, and equally proud of our relationship with the Caribbean. Thank you so much.
No, it's not live, it's Antigua. I just gone. And on that note, we are going to enjoy my favorite DJ here in Los Angeles, DJ Willy Wonka, and his name, and then while you're listening to his music, dancing to his music, having lunch or whatever, please check out the films that are on, there's a button I was told where you can click to see the films in the meantime, and then we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
My eyes this morning, the sun is on the rise once again. We heard that things are going. Anything can happen. You see, men sailing on their ego trip. Blast off spaceship, million miles from reality. No care for you, no care for me. So much trouble in the world. So much trouble in the world. All you gotta do. This is the rat race. Rat race. Rat race. A summer love summer, a summer boss summer, a summer jack sitter. Oh, what a rat race. Yeah. Rat race. A summer boss a summer hooligan, a summer guinea gaga. In this year rat race. Yeah. Rat race, I'm singing that when the cat's away, the mice will play. Political violence, curiosity, yeah. Don't involve Rasta in your say. Rasta don't work for no CIA. Rat race. Rat race, rat race, yeah, rat race. I'm saying one love, one heart. Let's get together and feel alright. Hear the children crying. One love. Hear the children crying. One heart. Saying give thanks and praise to the Lord, and I will feel alright. Saying let's get together and feel alright. Oh, 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 oh. Let them all pass all their dirty remarks. There is one question I'd really love to ask. Is there a place for the hopeless sinners who has hurt all mankind? Just a Savior's own belief. One love. What about a one of this morning, smile with the rising sun. Three little birds, each by my doorstep, singing sweet songs of melodies pure and true, saying, this is my message to you. Singing, don't worry about a thing, 'cause every little thing is gonna be alright. Singing, don't worry about a thing, 'cause every little thing is gonna be alright. Rise up this morning, smile with the rising sun. Three little birds, each by my doorstep, singing sweet songs of melodies pure and true, saying, this is my message to you. Singing, don't worry about a thing, worry about a thing, oh, every little thing gonna be alright. Don't worry, singing, don't worry about a thing. I won't worry, 'cause every little thing gonna be alright. Don't worry about a thing, 'cause every little thing gonna be alright. I won't worry, don't worry about a thing. Every little thing is gonna be alright, 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 Flash it, Jack. Stepping up, stepping up, stepping up, stepping up. Open sesame, here comes Rastaman. Abacadabra, catch me if you can. I know you find it hard to believe that I am the genie of your lamp, and I can do anything you wish, but right now I'm commanding you to dance. Stepping up, stepping up. Oh, I'm stepping up, stepping up. Invisible music, beam me up to the cradle of sound. Riddle me this, you cannot see it nowhere on earth. Can this reggae be found? I say, I know you find it hard to believe that I am the genie of your lamp, and I can do anything you wish, but right now I'm commanding you to dance. Rain down, rain down, rain down, brimstone, thunder and lightning, hurricane, ooh, cyclone. If the rebel in me can touch the rebel in you, Willy Wonka, and the rebel in you can touch a rebel in me, and the rebels we be is gonna set us free. Then it will bring out the rebel, bring out the rebel, bring out the rebel in me. If the lover in you can touch the lover in me, and the lover in me can touch a lover in you, and the lovers we be will bring sweet harmony. Then it It will bring out the love, bring out the love, bring out all the love in me. My love is deeper than the ocean. Our love is in need of sweet devotion.
What do you think? Of the music? I find it quite beautiful. Is it Mozart? I became acquainted with Mr. Mozart when he was not 10 years old. The boy accompanied me as I sang an aria, and I declared then and there that he should become one of the finest composers in Europe. And certainly you were right? Oh, I'm rarely wrong about such matters. Do you know why? Because when I choose to extend to someone my favor, I expect them to make good on it. Your Majesty, is this about... Brimsley. Fresh snuff. That one is a terrible gossip. If we were to speak freely in his presence, before long, the whole of England would know our business. I see. I suppose you do see. I expected a great future for your daughter upon her entrance into society. A future with someone like a duke, perhaps. A pairing like that. Well, would certainly be most enchanting indeed. The Bridgerton girl is the incomparable of the season, which means there is no more suitable a match for you on English shores.
Miss Bridgerton is a delightful young lady, to be sure. But if this gossip sheet is correct, then her heart is already spoken for.
Her heart is no matter, as long as her hand remains free. You are a prince. Charm her. My king.
No need for the formality, Lottie. Sit with me. How's little George?
Well, he is not so little anymore. Grows plumper by the day, in fact.
I'm quite sure he does.
Your subjects miss you, my dear. I miss you.
I'm right here, Lottie. I was just remembering the bluebells in the cottage garden. You recall the first time you saw them? You said it was as if we were walking in the clouds.
You had just filled the paddock with kangaroos, of all things. Dreadful creatures.
How are the gardens coming along?
Oh, they are in full bloom. After your meal, perhaps we could take a walk like we used to do.
And how is dear Emily? Can you bring her to me?
George, Amelia was ill. Several years ago.
She came to my room about a fortnight ago. Did you not see her?
She is gone, George.
What did you... have you done something? What have you done? What has this woman done to my child?
Majesty.
No, what have you done? What have you done? No, you come back here. She has killed my child.
Mr. Lester knew my daughter very well some time ago and was fond of her. He fathered a child by her. He has been with us lately. We're at Amble, near the colliery.
I'm afraid this is impossible.
Your husband was careful to draw up papers. I'm sorry for the shock.
You needn't apologize for an impossibility.
Given Mr. Lester's recent demise...
My husband is not deceased.
He is assumed so.
He is missing.
But presumed dead.
He is missing, and apparently you saw him so soon.
We did.
Then perhaps you could advise me as to what has become of him.
He seemed very well, and certain he was to come here next.
I'm terribly anxious.
I'm sure. There are papers, Mrs. Lester. I am sorry. Teddy.
He was at the waterfall. He's freezing. Get some blankets.
Who are you? How dare you walk into this house and give orders? Get out.
I saved him. Get out.
You should go to bed.
I can't.
One of us should get some sleep.
I wouldn't sleep.
Lie down for a while. I'll sit up with him. You need some rest, and he'll need you when he wakes up.
Just for an hour or so.
If you like.
My boy's no killer.
Alice, please. We know what happened to Julius's father. We know where the body's buried. It's time to tell the truth.
I'm so sorry, Julius. I didn't kill the professor because him digging up our land, he wasn't ever going to find a body. Julius's father isn't buried under that tree because he isn't dead. I didn't kill him.
But I saw it. I saw him. The blood.
He was injured. That's all. The bullet hit his arm. A lot of blood, but no real harm. So I bandaged him up, and I told him I'd give him my life savings if he left the island. But if he stayed, I'd kill him. I'd shoot him and make sure I didn't miss. I didn't ever mean to hurt you. I just wanted you to stop having the nightmares. Enjoy your childhood. Not be haunted by the thought of him coming back and hurting us both again. If you thought he was dead, then you'd have peace.
I'm sorry.
Please.
Wow, amazing. Golda Rosheuel. Golda Rosheuel is an actress and singer of Guyanese heritage. She is known for her theater work and a number of on-screen roles, most prominently, as you've seen, for the portrayal of Queen Charlotte in Netflix Bridgerton. And I can say, in her role as the Queen, she definitely takes her seat at the table. I am so honored to present the award of the Caribbean Heritage Organization Rising Sun Award to Golda Rosheuel. Congratulations.
Happy 2021 Caribbean Heritage Month, everyone. It is with great pride and in the spirit of the late, great Honourable Shirley Chisholm that I bring my folding chair to take my seat at the table that she has prepared for me. I applaud the Caribbean Heritage Organization for reminding us of the legacy of the doors that Miss Chisholm has opened in US politics for the likes of Hillary Clinton, President Barack Obama, and Vice President Kamala Harris. A legacy that history has tried to suppress. Miss Chisholm bears an extra special place in my heart, as her father's ancestral home is my birth country of Guyana. To the Caribbean Heritage Organization, thank you for this recognition and for your support. As a woman of mixed heritage, I'm often asked, where do I feel most comfortable? And I say I feel comfortable as me, celebrating the family of my upbringing and the family of my place of birth. It is such an honor to be recognized by my Guyanese family. You will live strong in my heart always. Thank you.
I am looking forward to that spinoff of Princess Charlotte. This is going to be very, very exciting fall for us with Bridgerton and then Princess Charlotte. I'm sorry, Queen Charlotte. This group performed for us last week when we had our opening night, And the comments that we've gotten from them was overwhelming. Emails, texts, phone calls was very overwhelming. And so, due to popular demand, we're gonna play this this dance again. And for those who want to see it again, and for those folks who are just seeing it for the first time, here is Rhythm Tribe, fresh out of Barbados.
Greetings, my name is Aisha Kamishon. I'm a Barbadian dancer, choreographer, lecturer at the University of the West Indies Cave Hill campus, and I'm also the founder and artistic director of the Barbadian dance collective, Rhythm Tribe. Now, as you might well imagine, I was extremely humbled, honored, and ecstatic when I was selected to conceptualize and choreograph this tribute to the Black female icon, Shirley Chisholm. Now, this dance work celebrates Shirley Chisholm's connections to Barbados, as well as her contributions to making and inspiring multiple breakthroughs for women, especially Black women, in areas of traditional male dominance. Now, the world knows of Shirley Chisholm's history-making exploits in the USA, but she was also a source of great inspiration right here in her maternal homeland of Barbados. Indeed, the existing statues of several of our outstanding male Barbadian leaders tell their own story of glass ceilings that needed to be broken right here in Barbados as well. And definitely, Shirley Chisholm's example was an inspiration to many Barbadian women. Indeed, several of our female trailblazers were impacted by Miss Chisholm's oft-repeated advice: if they don't give you a seat at the table, bring a folding chair. And in fact, no less than our very own first female head of government, the Honorable Mia Amor Motley, cites Shirley Chisholm as an inspiration to her. So, this then is Rhythm Tribe's tribute to our Shirley, unbought and unbossed. The trip took 9 days on the rough Atlantic, all the way to Bridgetown, Barbados. I still remember arriving. We boarded the bus to ride to the village of Vauxhall where we were going to live. Grandmother decided it was time for me to start in the village school. Years later, I would know what an important gift my parents had given me with my early education in the schools of Barbados. If I speak and write easily now, that early education is the main reason. Granny gave me strength, dignity, and love. I learned from an early age that I was somebody.
Jamaica.
Best decision ever.
Feel the sand between your toes and the gentle waves of the sea on your skin. Feel the warm Jamaican breeze lift your spirits and nourish your soul. Escape to exactly what makes your heart beat. You will love every moment. Jamaica, heartbeat of the world. Let's go.
Wow, that was so amazing to see those beautiful young dancers. So inspiring. And they brought their own folding chairs. And we talk about folding chairs a lot, especially at the Shirley Chisholm Cultural Institute, which I am president of. And I'm so honored that we have one of our board members here to join us to just have a little chat about the board and about Ms. Chisholm's legacy. And I'd like to introduce everyone to Montserrat Mendez. Maz, we call him Maz. Maz is a screenwriter and an award-winning playwright, and he's the co-founder of the Mazelstead Company. And I'm so honored that, Maz, you took a moment to join us to talk about Shirley Chisholm and the Shirley Chisholm Cultural Institute. Also, I see here, and Maz, you can say something in a moment. I see who's joined with us is Carlisle Leach, who is another board member of the Shirley Chisholm Cultural Institute. And Carlisle is an educator and a business executive. He's worked in the nonprofit segment for a long, I've known Carlisle for decades through nonprofit, and he's been in the game on so many different levels, not just nonprofit, and supporting those in the community and globally. So welcome both Montserrat Mendez and Carlisle Leach. And Maz, you can speak now.
Oh no, I just got very excited when I saw Carlisle sign on.
So welcome so much, and hello, Carlisle. And would you like to say hello so we can make sure your audio is good? Okay, great.
Sure. Hello, everybody. Hey, Maz. Hey, Barbara. Hello, everybody on.
Great. So we're excited because the Shirley Chisholm Cultural Institute, which I've mentioned before, was founded in 1977 with the permission of Ms. Chisholm herself. And it's exceptional. And we've been quite active in the community and globally through the Shirley Chisholm Cultural Institute. In 1977, of course, Shirley Chisholm was on the ground, walking that pavement of Bedford-Stuyvesant, Brooklyn, and other areas of Brooklyn because her district was extremely large. I mean, now we have 2 Congress people overseeing the district that was only covered, represented by the little lady of Brooklyn. That's what we call her fondly. So let's talk about the Institute for a minute and what we're doing, where we're going. I'd just like to first say that we're excited about creating new development, new partnerships. We're so excited about working with the Caribbean Heritage Organization and what's going to come out of that. And I'll stop there and I'll let some of the board members speak, but we can continue the conversation. Maz?
Yes, I joined as Barbara introduced me. I'm a playwright. I am a screenwriter back about 10 years ago now. I started working on a project about Shirley Chisholm, and through that I met Barbara Bullard. And I'm one of those people who knew very little about who Shirley Chisholm was. I went to high school in Newark, New Jersey, and our program never covered history in any sort of sense that gave me a sense of what Black and Latino contributions to the country were. And so it wasn't until somebody said, oh, you should write a project about this woman, and her name's Shirley Chisholm. And I was like, who? And she came into my life. And I always think Mrs. C came into my life at the right time. She's changed my entire life, political views, everything about everything she tried to do has informed the work that I do now. But Barbara and I encountered each other along the way. And once Barbara gets her hooks on you, and she was like, you know what, Maz, you seem to have a taste for working on her legacy. And so I began working on chasing down her legacy. There was so little that was known about her. And so many of the same quotes and so many of the same things keep being said about her. Everything that you see, it all always comes down to to her presidential run. But there are so many things. Oh, and I seem to have it cut out.
We can hear you.
Am I okay? Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. There were so many things that that she did and accomplished over the years that so few people know, because they only know the few facts that they know about Shirley. So my job at the Institute is making sure that that legacy is recorded and making sure that people someday can learn who she was and everything she accomplished over the years.
Thank you, Maz. Yeah, Maz, I go to Maz when I need information. When I'm in a pinch, he's on speed dial. And I'm so thrilled and honored that he's a part of the Institute and doing such great and amazing global work, because our community is global, and providing sustainability through such creative mediums. And so that's always something that I'm about personally. Carlisle, though, Carlisle has a personal connection to. We all have our personal stories with Miss C. We call her Mrs. C. We all have our personal stories with Mrs. C. Her legacy is so strong and powerful with us in the work. It's like she's always present when we're developing things. So it's not like she's gone. She's definitely alive and well in terms of her legacy and all the energy that she puts forth in terms of her vision. It's still our go-to. However, Carlisle has a personal relationship or personal story in reference to Miss Chisholm. And Carlisle, your family's from Barbados, correct?
Yeah, that's very true, Barbara. Hello, everybody. All four of my grandparents from Barbados, and they immigrated from there in the early 20th century, and came in different ports of entry from Ellis Island to Nova Scotia, and had my parents, and then had me. So basically, the story with my family and Shirley is that my mom was a classmate of hers at Brooklyn College, and so she used to come to dinner from time to time. We were little, and she used to say, "So Carlisle, what do you want to be when you grow up?" And I was like, oh, I'm thinking about it. At that point, I was probably 10 years old. And so she used to come over for dinner. My mom and dad were her witnesses at her second marriage. And I always remember her as somebody who was full of energy. And she and my mom were really good friends. In fact, when they were at Brooklyn College, they formed this organization because they were not allowed to be in sororities. They weren't allowing African-American women in sororities at Brooklyn College. So they did something, which is what Shirley Chisholm oftentimes says, which is that they don't give you a seat at the table, you bring a folding chair. So in this case, she and my mom formed this organization, this sorority at Brooklyn College called Ipothea, which is short for, which stand for In Pursuit of the Highest in All. So I have a great picture. I think Maz and Barbara saw it with my mom standing next to Shirley Chisholm holding this thing at one of the events at Brooklyn College. So I could go on and on and on about her personally, but I think part of what we want to do at Shirley Chisholm Cultural Institute is really making sure that her true legacy is not hijacked. And we know how that happens a lot of times with visionaries. One, they get backstabbed and then they are disappointed because the high ideals that they had are kind of taken away, and people who were on their side suddenly turn their backs and they go somewhere else. So by us honoring Shirley Chisholm and her legacy, which is something transmitted by an ancestor, by us doing those things, I'm actually helping Barbara and Maz and other board members to sort of like lift up Shirley, my mom, and all women, especially second generation Caribbean women who were born in the first quarter of the 20th century, who were kind of silent and quiet back then. So maybe I'm feeling and always optimistic that perhaps the United States and the world, are finally ready to hear what our Caribbean foremothers were trying to tell us. So that's why I'm on the board. Plus, as Mad so aptly put it, when Barbara gets you, there's no getting away from her in a good way, because Barbara is not somebody who just all of a sudden came up with this idea about the wonderfulness of Shirley Chisholm, but she's been at this for a long time. So she's not a Joni come lately. She's been there for a long time. And Barbara, I always admire what you do, and just to everybody out there, Barbara is a doer. So, and Maj, I still respect you. So that's all.
Barbara is the most tireless person I've ever met when it comes to making sure that Shirley Chisholm's legacy is upheld in the correct way. And it always surprises me how many people come to her, but it also surprises me how many people do try to hijack Shirley's legacy without coming to the people who know the most about her. Without coming to the people who are spending time on the ground in Brooklyn, making sure that her legacy is not forgotten. And one of the things that I constantly do is go through her political record so that the board has an idea of what plans she had, so that we can talk to politicians now and say, hey, when I found, and look, Barbara's gonna maybe stop because sometimes I reveal too much, but I remember when we found the paperwork where she had planned in 1972, the national healthcare system that she wanted to introduce. And I was like, well, you know what? That only happened under Obama years and years later, but there is records of her ideas and things that she wanted to do with this country to lead into a more equitable world. And I think that one of the things that I like to do is say, hey, look, let's talk to this politician. Barbara knows everybody. So it's basically one of those things where we basically try to keep her legacy alive, because there were so many things she never got to finish doing that we as an institute can complete for her.
Well, the question I have here, which you guys probably already answered it, is what inspires you about Miss Chisholm? We call it Miss Chisholm, but Congresswoman Chisholm's story. And also within that, what is important for people to know about Miss Chisholm? What do you think?
Talk about I know what inspires me is that she's the consummate and lifetime outsider, and somebody who always had to fight. And it appeared that she was unbowed by it, but just those slings and arrows of a lifetime would have an effect on her, because she basically died relatively young. So for me, I admire the fact that she was a fighter. She was anti-war when it wasn't popular. She was pro-Head Start, and Maz, you talked about, the national health care, right? She's fought to school lunch, school lunch and food stamps and women's rights were things that were sort of like curse words back in the early 70s and 60s. And she was like, this needs to be done. And, when you have somebody who I said earlier is a visionary, it makes you want to be a visionary and take bold stances. And so that's what inspires me with her story. And despite everything, she overcame all of that. And now finally, we're starting to really drill down, Maz, as you said, into what she has done. And I just, again, want to make sure that outsider position that she had to fight through does not get sanitized. And we want to make sure that does not happen.
Right. For me, so I'm gonna speak about how she inspires me. It's really interesting. It was doing the research for the project that I basically got to know her. But Barbara did something wonderful for us, for my co-partner in the company and I, and she made sure that we met as many people as that work with Shirley, from very young people to people who are very famous today. I'm not going to give a list of names because we're, she's telling me don't. And it's hearing those stories and recording those stories and learning the little things about who she was, the things she would do, and how bold and courageous she was in the face of everything and everybody. And, you know, the support she garnered and her ability to get support from, it's one thing to be a leader in the women's movement and to be a leader in the Black Power movement and to have the Black Panthers support you and to have everything. But when you can connect to people in such a personal way that people always feel, oh, this is somebody that cares about me. When you show up to Congress, and I'm Puerto Rican, so I'm Caribbean, so we're celebrating Caribbean heritage here. When you show up to Congress and speak in Spanish, when there were very few Spanish-speaking Congress people in that, well, you know, she spoke in Spanish to her constituents because she knew she had a large Puerto Rican and Latino constituency. And she learned the language so she could communicate with her community. And that is just, I don't think anybody today goes to the lengths she did to represent the people. And that's inspiring to me. And so I feel like she's always around. I say Mrs. C, spirit's always around, and she chooses the people that work for her. And I think at some points I feel, oh, I've been chosen. She's just, I just can't say no. Even when I try to walk away and say, no, I can't do that today, Mrs. C, she will just keep at it. You know, so.
I just want to,
go ahead. No, go
I just want to add in just about part of her legacy is just example of her own life. If we, all we need to do, as you said, Maz, all we need to do is study her life. And that is the legacy. That's the legacy. She said, you want to know how to do it? Here's how I did it. Follow what I did.
Absolutely. And then, and let's speak a little bit. I want to say this very briefly because I think it's something to the Caribbean heritage, because that has been erased from any other story, pretty much erased from, I mean, I think the actress who played her in Mrs. America was wonderful, but her Caribbean heritage was completely erased from that story, you know? And she did speak a little bit with an accent because she was born in Brooklyn, but she was raised in Barbados, you know, and she was raised there under a British system. So she had a little bit of a combination of an accent that, you know, and I was like, oh, I can't wait to see this. And, you know, to have Caribbean people represented on screen. And, you know, it didn't happen. And that is our fear, is that aspect of her life gets erased. And now that we're here at the Caribbean Heritage Film Festival, I feel like it's very important to make people remember, always put it in the forefront, that her Caribbean heritage, her relationship with her grandparents was very important in shaping her view of the world. And I think that that's something that, that people forget.
That's interesting you say that, because for those that don't know, I live actually on the street of where Mrs. C announced her presidency for the United States of America. When I look out my bedroom window, I'm looking at the actual site. When I'm walking down the street, I'm bumping into people that lives were totally changed by her on the daily. So it's sort of like, you know, yes, I can read what's out there, but what inspires me is the actual strength of the foundation of her vision that is so prevalent and so available on the ground. And how you know the testimonials that we have and the personal stories and interactions that people hold in their hearts of this little lady from Brooklyn is beyond even for this conversation. So one of the goals, as Maz has put in, also Carlisle, for the Shirley Chisholm Cultural Institute, is to be able to kind of capsulize her vision. So imagine, you know, we're not here in 100 years, right? You know, we're leaving seeds of information that she left for those, you know, those in the future, you know, to empower and the idea of strategy and discipline, and the way she was able to really use those concepts to like break down break down walls and bring her folding chair, you know, when people didn't want her to, right? Yeah. It's something to me that wakes me up in the middle of the night gets me to work, and keeps me moving and engaging others. And lastly, I just want to say, when I'm talking about that, I'm also talking about, some of the other wonderful, strong, powerful women that worked with her, like Dr. Una Clark. I mean, she's like the powerhouse. Like, she's my mentor, she's the powerhouse to so many of us. It's crazy. And the fact that, these women came together as a community. They were not trying to be the only one. They understood that their mentality, that their thoughts, their upbringing, their Caribbean upbringing, the fact they knew education was necessary, and how to combine that together to fight against a system that did not want them to speak at all. That's all I have to say. Go, Mas.
No, absolutely. And look, we're talking about, she left such a legacy that is still prevalent and very present in Congress today. You have somebody like Barbara Lee, who is she is a hero of mine, because she is actually holds Shirley's values very close to her heart. She was the only one to vote against that Iraqi war back in the day, because she felt 100% that going to war without having a thought out process of why this is happening and what are the problems that are causing this conflict. It was the same stance that Shirley took when she spoke up against Vietnam on her very first 3 months in Congress. And it's one of those things where she understood, Barbara Lee understands Shirley's values so well that she carries them with her everywhere she goes. And then we have Una Clark, who is the mother of Representative Yvette Clark. And she, I always, anytime I talk to Yvette, I feel like she's keeping Brooklyn together for Shirley. She's so awesome, but she was born in that time period where Shirley was leading, and he was such an energized, she was a child back then, but she still felt that energy around the politics of the time and people being really involved. And I think one of the things I love about what's happened to me over the last few years, because working on Shirley, is that I have become more politically active. And I love the idea that we are all involved in our citizenship. I think that is one of the things that Shirley always said, and this is a quote that's quoted everywhere, but the only thing you have is your one vote. Your citizenship is the most important thing America can give you. And if you don't exercise it every day and go out there on the streets and fight for what's right and for equal treatment for everybody and for the things Shirley held dear to her heart, you're not using your citizenship correctly. So, you have to get involved. And so Shirley pulled me in.
Carlisle?
And I think it also speaks to activism.
Mm-hmm.
There are many ways to fight against the quote unquote system.
Yeah.
But there are those who want it like right now. We don't want it right now. But she kind of had showed that you can ask for it now, demand it now, but you also have to be very, very cognizant and understanding that it's going to take a while. And we have so many visionaries, and I go back to visionaries, revolutionaries. I like to say, if some of the folks who were assassinated in the 60s and 70s, but especially in the 60s, had actually lived, I think this country would be in such a different place in history, because their ideas would actually have become the norm instead of them being shot and killed early in their lives. So what we have to try to do and try to be visionaries, we have to try to be revolutionaries and make sure that we're getting what we need to live. And just one thing like that, I have 2 sons and I was a teacher and a principal of the high school. And I would tell students, and I tell my children, who are young men now, to tell them to, yes, push for exactly what you want. You see something wrong, speak on it, but then there's a line there that you have to say, I'm ready to cross that line. If you cross the particular line, then there's a possibility that not only will you be shunned, right, and have people backstab you, but there could be some ramifications with law enforcement. And so it's always, what type of activism do we want to engage in? we don't need any more martyrs, although the ideas of martyrs end up lasting a long time. But I think that she kind of showed us how to be patient. And it's a long-term battle. And that's another reason why we at SCCI want to make sure that all of these ideas that are kind of new and sort of like sprouting now were planted and fertilized by Shirley Chisholm. So
yeah.
La lucha continua.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we're looking at the Institute, for those who don't know it, looking at, as I mentioned before, 21st century activism. How do we capsulize that in terms of programming right now? How do we use mediums of the future right now, and to be able to provide access to our communities so that they can be sustainable, and to also, I would say, to reach back into the idea of what is debating, because Mrs. C was the debater of debaters, right? How, to be oracle, what does that mean for our young people to be able to communicate their thoughts and to put truth to power for real,
Yep.
So we're sitting, and due to COVID, some of our plans had to be put on hold, but what we've been doing, just for you to know, in the meantime, is we've been building conversations with those that are like in the game, doing the thing. We've had some, we call them unvoiced conversations. Some of the people that have participated in them thus far has been David John. I love you, David, if you're listening, from the National Action Black Justice Coalition. Reverend Al Sharpton, who's a quiet supporter and mentor to us. Congresswoman Cori Bush. And she just dropped some seeds of knowledge for everybody.
It was amazing.
And you can go on our website and check them out. The conversations are available to the public. Dr. Zinga Frazier from Brooklyn College, the Chisholm Project, she's a partner of ours. Congresswoman Yvette Clarke, and one of our board members, radio personality Angela Yee. Sometimes she's, moderates those conversations, and Angela's very active with us in terms of being on the ground as well. Just to give you guys just a brief snapshot. I'm probably missing some folks, so don't be mad at me if I don't say your name. But
I'm going to mention one person,
sure.
And it's because she's been so helpful to me as a creator developing over the last few years. Because a lot of people make announcements, but few people put their work silently towards getting the stories told. And that's actress Anika Noni Rose, who has been so amazing to me. And also to the Institute. She's been so, but also she's very interested in really getting down to what her legacy is. And so she's read a lot of my research, and she helps me a lot and asks me a lot of questions. And she's just a wonderful person to have be part of the story we're telling.
Yeah, we're very appreciative to Anika because she is very accessible to us. Mm-hmm. And she has a really strong mind in terms of being on the ground for our communities, which is very helpful. And for those out there that want to participate in the Shirley Chisholm Cultural Institute, we're here. You can find me and all of us really fast and easy. And we're in dialogue with certain partnerships and things of that nature to ensure that to ensure that Ms. Chisholm's legacy is, as Carlisle put it, not sanitized.
Yeah, absolutely.
So do I have any other questions? Well, what do we hope to accomplish at the Shirley Chisholm Cultural Institute? I just said a few things. You guys have anything else to say?
Well, Carlisle, do you want to take this first, or do you?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, what comes to mind immediately is that we're not always everybody's not always going to be happy about what we do. Because when you go for change, that causes conflict. But we're going to be strategic in pushing for what we think is right. And as long as we're following the legacy and the example of Representative Shirley Chisholm, I think will be okay. So what do we want to do? We want to have an impact on people's lives, you know, and for them, ideally in the short term, but we realized it might be short term and long term. So that's what I think that I'd like to have SCCI do.
Thank you.
Great.
Oz?
I will say that we're about to pivot to the 50th anniversary of the Shirley Chisholm running for president, which is so right after Barbara is done with this wonderful program with the Caribbean Heritage and also the Caribbean Film Festival. She will jump right into work on the 50th anniversary programming that we have in place. And I hope that anybody who listens and shares our email address and social media pages, because we have some really exciting things coming up for the 50th anniversary in a lot of different media forms, which is really exciting for us. But also after that, and after COVID is done, you know, Shirley was about the next generation. Shirley was about, she was an educator. She was a teacher, and she, even when she went to Congress, her mindset going to Congress is, I'm going to teach. I'm going to be a teacher. I'm going to be an educator, because there are so few people who know about the struggle within these halls. They see the struggle outside because the people are marching, but they don't know from inside. So she tried to educate them from the inside out. So I think that we're going to concentrate and focus a lot on educating, and not only about her history, but also bringing in technology into Brooklyn, so that young people can be educated on the jobs of the future, simply because that would be part of Mrs. Chisholm's mission statement for her life, which is educating, making sure that the young people of Brooklyn are educated in such a way that they have access to the technology that will be creating the future. And Barbara and I spend a lot of time talking about that.
Yes, and so because we spent a lot of time talking about that, we're going to wrap this up, because we can go on and on talking about
Oh my God, yes.
But we're just so excited to be a part of the Caribbean Lens International Film Festival. Such an important project, more than a project, such an important initiative. So let's all of us, let's stay supportive of the Caribbean Heritage Organization. Let's stay supportive of the Caribbean Lens International Film Festival, and let's stay in touch on behalf of the legacy of Congresswoman Shirley Chisholm. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I wanted to say something. Am I on, Austin? Hello? Okay. Yes. You know what? Montserrat, Carla, yeah. Wonderful meeting you both. One of the things, two things that Montserrat said, which I totally agree with, is the first one is that when Barbara asks you for anything, or when you start talking to her, you're drawn in, and then you are ready. Absolutely. You are committed. You are committed, and that was what happened to the Caribbean Heritage Organization. I called Una, Dr. Clark, Dr. Una Clark, Yvette Clark's mom, and I told her what we planned to do, and she gave me a list of names, and she said, this person you must talk to, and that was Barbara at the SCCI, the Shirley Chisholm Cultural Institute. She said you must, and after I think 5 or 10 words or so out of her, I was hooked. And that was when, because we had originally planned, the Caribbean Heritage Organization had originally planned to take this bring, and which Barbara corrected me on, if they don't give you a seat at the table, bring a folding chair. Not won't, but don't. And we had planned to do this by ourselves, to take this nationally, to make it a campaign up until that statue is built in in Washington, D.C. But after talking with Barbara, I mean, within a few minutes into the first conversation, I was like, I would love to partner with you guys and take it even, you know, and take it different, because you guys are the real McCoy. You have all the history, you have all the stuff. I even saw on your website where you have the actual paperwork that Mrs. Chisholm filed with the Congress, saying that she authorizes this and she what her name and the whole thing. And then I was in several other conversations during Caribbean American Heritage Month planning, and folks always say, "Have you?" Especially folks in Brooklyn, New York, they would say, "Have you been in touch with the Shirley Chisholm Cultural Institute?" And then that's when I knew, oh my gosh, my instincts were right. And the more I hear, the more I hear, is the more my instincts are right. And the more I learn about Shirley Chisholm, which I give credit to Chetwin Rice at CMC. Chetwin said, read her book. You know, if you want to learn more about her, read her book. I've always been fascinated by her. Of course, I was a little girl, you know, but I've always thought this woman was so amazing. And yes, she did have that West Indian lilt, Carla, like your family does. You know, she did have that West Indian. But the thing about her was that, and those glasses. That's when I discovered her. She had the cat glasses, I guess.
Yes.
And the thing about, yes, and then I learned. I don't know if it's from Barbara or which was from Chetwin. She was only 5'2". I only learned that late last year. Mm-hmm. I did not, and then Barbara was you, because then Barbara told me that's why they call her the little lady from Brooklyn, or the little lady.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And the more I learned about Shirley Chisholm, and I knew before that history had cheated her out of something, but the more I watch her speeches, go online, folks, the more I learn more about her. Chetwin said, read the book. It's easy book, unbought and boss book. There was a documentary that was done some time back. You know, folks are, I've looked into that, and it's the more and more and more I have become so. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go with you guys, because she's been cheated. And Montserrat, the other thing that you mentioned too that really got to me is that her Caribbean heritage. Yes, we're in Caribbean American Heritage Month, and that's why it was important, especially with our new Vice President Kamala Harris. You know, that it was important. Yeah, we thought that we cannot mention Kamala Harris without mentioning where she came from. And you know, the whole, and just I've learned so much, and I'm very excited about joining with you guys. And I've reached out to different organizations to reach out and to bring her, to have her legacy written the correct way. Since we are correcting history, let us correct history. She was the first woman, the first of any stripe, that ran for president on the Democratic ticket. The first woman of any stripe. It was not Hillary Clinton. It was not even before Kamala. I think there was Ferraro. I think was Ferraro before that.
Geraldine.
But
Geraldine Ferraro.
But Shirley Chisholm was the first, guys, the first, and history needs to remember that. And since we're writing history, let's write that for her and her Caribbean Heritage Month. Thank you for bringing that up, because a lot of people did not know. I knew she was Caribbean Heritage, but I thought she was Jamaican, because Jamaicans own her. Jamaicans, so I grew up thinking that she was, but then I learned that she was married to a Jamaican. so that makes her Jamaican by marriage. Conrad Chisholm. And that's one thing too that you said a lot of people don't talk about is that is that part of it? And I'm glad that Montserrat had brought that up, and I'm glad that Carla, being a Bayesian American yourself, that you realize the importance of that, and that you guys are on this board. And so, I mean, every time I talk to Barbara, every time I learn more, I realize that the Caribbean Heritage Organization have done the right thing. I know we did before, but you know, just that's another thing to make me go forward with you guys with confidence. And I'm really happy that this happened, and I'm hoping that folks will join and look out for a lot of media stuff that we'll be coming out with, and to get that statue going and that 50th anniversary going.
Yep.
I just had to say that.
Thank you, Barbara.
Sure.
Thank you.
We've had a wonderful time. Thank you so much. You got. I remember when I got an email on my company's website, you looking for Barbara, and I was like, oh, who's this? and then once we got together, I was like, whoa, everything's happening at once. It was wonderful. You really you really changed the course of how much impact we can have nationally with the 50th anniversary. Oh.
I'm frozen.
Barbara reeled me in.
Okay, guys.
Well, I'm frozen.
Thank you, Marva.
Okay. All right. Well, unfreeze. Thank you guys very much. Very interesting talk.
And thank you
guys very much.
And thank you to everyone who's listening and will be listening online. We really appreciate you guys, and have a great day.
Right. Thank you. Bye.
Great.
You're locked into Willy Wonka.
Okay, guys, so we're going to take a 30-minute break, but we're not going anywhere. So listen to DJ Willy Wonka, and also there's a button at the bottom of your screen so you can watch the films. And we'll see you in 30.
In my confession to you, my lover.
The number of children in child labor has risen to 160 million worldwide, an increase of 8.4 million children in the last 4 years, with millions more at risk due to the impacts of COVID-19. From the headquarters of Telesur English in Havana, Cuba, this is From the South. I'm Gladys Quesada. And now we begin. In Peru, Pedro Castillo has maintained the lead in the presidential runoff polls held last Sunday. According to the latest figures from Peru's electoral authority, the official count of almost 100% of the vote suggests that he has beaten far-right rival Keiko Fujimori by a narrow margin of less than a percentage point. The difference between Castillo and Fujimori now stands at just over 71,000 ballots. On Tuesday evening, Castillo briefly addressed hundreds of supporters who have been gathering on a permanent basis in front of his Free Peru Party headquarters in Lima, awaiting the final results. Meanwhile, the far-right candidate Keiko Fujimori told media at a press conference in Lima that she is requesting 200,000 votes to be annulled. Fujimori, daughter of former dictator Alberto Fujimori, is facing charges of corruption, for which she spent 15 months in prison and was released on bail in May last year. All international observer missions have denied any significant irregularities in the process. Meanwhile, Peru's Congress sessioned this Wednesday to begin debates on 12 constitutional reform bills, in what analysts and political sectors decried as a clear attempt to block an eventual Pedro Castillo administration. As the vote count advances in Peru, the special electoral jury held public hearings on contested votes during the presidential runoff elections of June the 6th. Attached to the National Jury of Elections, the Special Electoral Jury of the District of Lima Centro held 20 public hearings this Wednesday to ratify and resolve appeals regarding challenge ballots of votes from tally sheets verified by the legal representatives of the Free Peru and Popular Force Party. During the hearings, the Special Electoral Jury explained to citizens present the causes for which a tally sheet is verified. These include material errors such as the numbers entered, illegible tally sheets, or incomplete information. These bodies are the first authorities to decide on the observations made on the vote tally sheets sent from the decentralized branches of the Office of Electoral Processes. This Wednesday, the president of Argentina, Alberto Fernandez, said he will work with whoever was declared president of Peru for the sake of all Latin America.
Has decided with democracy and with the popular vote how it's going to face its future. I haven't had the opportunity to talk with whoever apparently has been elected, but if that were confirmed today, I would call him. I have all the desire that we work together, all the desire that we join efforts for Latin America.
On Wednesday, the president of Argentina, Alberto Fernandez, received Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sánchez, as the Spanish government continues to seek to boost relations with South America. Sanchez's government has stated it seeks to strengthen investments in Argentina, particularly in the small and medium-sized enterprise sector. At the end of the meeting with business people from both countries, Sánchez and Fernandez committed themselves to strengthening existing bilateral ties. Regarding the COVID-19 situation and access to vaccines, Sánchez insisted that the donation of vaccines should not only reach closer nations, but also areas where the pandemic is hitting hard, such as South America. He also reiterated his support for a waiver on vaccine patents. Sanchez's visit to Argentina comes hot on the heels of Fernandez's stop in Spain last month, as part of the European tour seeking support for renegotiations on Argentina's foreign debt. Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sánchez called for understanding on referring to a possible pardon for Catalan politicians convicted over a failed 2017 independence bid during his visit to Argentina. Spain's Supreme Court is against the granting of any prompt or pardon, total or partial, to 12 Catalans guilty for their role in the secession referendum and a declaration of independence. The court argued Wednesday that it had respected the principle of proportionality in its sentencing and saw no evidence or indication of remorse from the prisoners to justify any such pardon.
I ask for understanding and magnanimity to the whole of Catalan society and the whole of Hispanic society, because I believe that the challenge ahead of us is worth it. The challenge ahead is nothing but sowing coexistence to overcome the crisis that we lived through in the past 2017, and consequently, despite the misgivings that the whole of Hispanic society may have, I ask for that understanding and magnanimity, because without any doubt, the goal is worthwhile.
Leaders of Argentina and Spain also shared their vision for making coronavirus vaccines available worldwide more quickly.
From the multilateral point of view, Argentina and Spain are defending the liberalization of vaccines, that they are considered a public global good, and that consequently their distribution is expedited. The production capacity of humanity as a whole is increased to be able to vaccinate all our societies as quickly as possible, and thereby definitely overcome this calamity that COVID-19 represents.
We see with great concern that 90% of the vaccines produced are in the hands of 10% of countries, and we think that's great inequity. Argentina is making an enormous effort on the possibility to start producing the Sputnik V vaccine and advancing with the possibility of producing the Sinopharm vaccine in Argentina.
And we'll be right back after this very short break, so don't go away. Welcome back. Mobilizations continue in Colombia as protesters rallied and marched towards the capital, Bogotá, this Wednesday from different locations for a massive peaceful rally outside the hotel, hosting a delegation from the Inter-American Human Rights Commission, which will look into evidence of violations by state security forces. The National Strike Committee was meeting with the Commission's representatives to expose the atrocities committed by police, military forces, and armed gangs against peaceful demonstrators. Over 60 murders have been registered. The collective of trade union, indigenous, rural, students, and cultural organizations, among many other platforms, call on mobilizations to press the government to sign a pre-agreement to guarantee the right to social protest and to ensure progress in negotiations on the strike's demands.
We are gathered here at the Tequendama Hotel, where the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights is verifying the demands, the complaints for the persecution, for the murders.
The situation has researched to point that people woke up. Unfortunately, we have a youth who today are fully informed, who don't believe everything they hear.
Today, we are here doing this sit-in to hand over to you, on the part of the National Strike Committee, the memory of these people who have been attacked, and we hope that the international community will also speak out about it.
Meanwhile, Colombian police forces violently repressed protesters of the indigenous collective protest movement known as Minga in the city of Cali. In the framework of the national strike mobilizations that have been ongoing since April 28th, indigenous demonstrators were violently repressed by police forces while they were protesting for the rights to be respected in accordance with the country's constitution. The director of Amnesty International for the Americas, Erika Guevara Rosas, stressed that the attacks suffered by the indigenous Minga are a reflection of the violence and repression that the nation experiences as a whole, as well as the abuse of power by officials, which have left hundreds dead and dozens wounded. She called on the Iván Duque government to take action faced with the crimes that the Colombian people continue to suffer at the hands of the state security forces. Venezuela hosted this Wednesday an international academic video conference on unilateral coercive measures imposed by the United States and its allies against countries with independent policies. The event, held worldwide by video conference, invited experts and senior officials from different governments to evaluate the impact of unilateral coercive measures on international law and also the populations suffering from illegal sanctions. The speakers sought to activate mechanisms to counteract these measures and to move forward in the construction of a peaceful and multipolar world. Addressing the conference, Venezuelan Foreign Minister Jorge Arreaza stressed the precise international regulations on sanctions.
It would be necessary to discuss and establish under which international regulations a state considers itself to have the power, the authority to punish, to sanction other states. We as civilized countries respect the United Nations Convention, and this convention clearly contemplates when and how coercive measures can be adopted, which are never unilateral and have a procedure for their application and evaluation, and are not a political or ideological will of a particular government in a particular country.
The United States continues its pressure on the sovereign government of Nicaragua by announcing new sanctions against 4 advisors to the Nicaraguan president Daniel Ortega in response to the arrest of opposition figures accused of acts that undermined the country's independence, sovereignty, and self-determination. The latest individuals to be sanctioned by the U.S. State Department include the President of the Central Bank of Nicaragua, a Brigadier General of the Nicaraguan Army, a member of the Electoral Commission, and the chairwoman of the Creative Economic Commission. The imposition of sanctions in Nicaragua are part of the destabilization project that began with the coup attempt in 2018. This includes an opposition sector that calls for such measures from the U.S. and seeks to create a difficult climate that includes violence, political chaos, and economic boycotts in order to undermine the holding of elections scheduled for November 2021. On Wednesday, U.S. President Joe Biden arrived in the United Kingdom for the first stop of a European tour and the G7 summit, during which he will meet his Russian counterpart, Vladimir Putin. Biden is said to have a one-to-one meeting with British Prime Minister Boris Johnson on Thursday, as the two seek to shore up the so-called special relationship in the wake of Brexit. The 8-day trip will conclude in Switzerland, where Biden will meet with Putin in the midst of the tensions between Moscow and Kyiv, as well as the ongoing U.S. attacks and sanctions on Russia. Before departing, Biden said the trip will demonstrate the strength of the transatlantic alliance and focus on making clear to Putin on China that Europe and the United States are tight. And now we address other topics. Uruguay began vaccinating young people between the ages of 12 and 17 with doses from Pfizer to become the first Latin American country to inoculate children against COVID-19. About 157,000 children have already registered for vaccination against COVID-19, out of a total population of 280,000 in this age group. Authorities hope to schedule an early return to the classroom from secondary education by the end of July, once the group reaches full immunity. Elementary schools are reopening in June. Chile also authorized the vaccination of adolescents between 12 and 16 years of age with Pfizer, but the campaign will begin after June the 20th.
To get vaccinated for myself and my family, and to be able to resume my activities as soon as possible.
At the moment, it's one of the few measures that we can adopt to reduce infections and protect everyone a little better. We had no other tools.
This Wednesday, France and Belgium further relaxed their COVID-19 restrictions as cases fall and vaccinations rise, giving hope of a return to normal life. With the easing of the curfew in France, people will be able to dine indoors and stay out until 11 p.m. for the first time in months. The new measures also saw gyms reopen their doors to eager fitness fans. According to French authorities, if the situation continues to improve, the overnight curfew will be dropped entirely on June 30th. Likewise, Belgium also relaxed restrictions, allowing cafes and restaurants to serve indoors, while mask-wearing rules were also eased in Brussels. And we have more stories coming up after this final short break, so stay with us. Welcome back to From the South. The number of children in child labor has risen to 160 million worldwide, an increase of 8.4 million in the last 4 years, with millions more at risk due to the impacts of COVID-19, according to a new report by the International Labour Organization and UNICEF. The report points to a significant rise in the number of children aged 5 to 11 years in child labor. The number of children aged 5 to 17 in hazardous work has risen to 79 million since 2016. Hazardous work is work likely to harm health, safety or morals. The global picture reflects deteriorating economic and social conditions in developing countries, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa. The report also noticed that the previous year's downward trend of child labor in Asia and the Pacific and Latin America and the Caribbean has stalled.
We are losing ground in the fight to end child labor. Even before the COVID-19 pandemic, we saw the first increase in 2 decades. 8.4 million more children engaged in child labor since 2016. And now, under COVID-19, an additional 9 million children are at risk of being pushed into child labor by the end of next year. They are affected by school closures, lockdowns, lost parental jobs and income, a lack of social safety nets. Families are desperate and they're turning to child labor as a last resort. We must not accept this. We urge countries to expand income support measures like child benefits to get children back into school where they belong, and to invest in programs that prevent and protect them from being exploited. It's time to get back on track.
On Wednesday, a United Nations human rights expert warned of mass death from starvation, disease and exposure in eastern Myanmar after the military forced tens of thousands of people to flee their homes in Kaya state. In a statement, Tom Andrews, the UN Special Rapporteur for Myanmar, called for urgent international action, stating that the attacks by the military were threatening the lives of many thousands of men, women and children. The plea came hours after the UN office in the country said the violence in Kaya had displaced an estimated 100,000 people who were now seeking safety in forests, host communities and southern parts of neighboring San state. The executive also said that those fleeing and those in locations affected by bombing and the artillery fire were in dire need of food, water, shelter, fuel and access to health care. In Iran, the presidential election campaign is in full steam. A second debate between candidates was held this week. Polls are due on June 18th. The debate took place on Tuesday and was attended by the 7 candidates for the presidency. Socio-cultural and political issues were on focus on the discussion. The need to achieve the lifting of the unilateral and illegal measures imposed on the country by the United States. The candidates also called for improved trade with 15 neighboring countries and progress in building a more inclusive society. Presidential elections are scheduled for June 18th in the Persian nation. China and the United States agreed to keep a fluid dialogue on trade issues. China's Minister of Commerce, Wang Wentao, had a phone talk with the U.S. Secretary of Commerce, Gina Raimondo, this week. A Chinese statement said that during the talks, Wang and Raimondo stressed the importance of dialogue and communication between China and the United States in the business field, and agreed to promote the healthy development of pragmatic cooperation on trade and investment, while properly handle differences. The U.S. Senate approved this week a law to promote innovation and competitiveness, with China considered lessive to its sovereignty. President Joe Biden has promised to prevent China to become the world's leading economic power. On Wednesday, heavy monsoon rains lashed India, specifically in the country's largest city, Mumbai. The city has seen heavy rainfall in the last 24 hours, disrupting life in the country's financial capital. Many parts of Mumbai were flooded and some train services cancelled as a result of the rain. According to climate experts, the southwest monsoon arrived 2 days ahead of its scheduled date. India had been hit hard by hurricanes and other storms prior to the arrival of the rains, which have impeded the vaccination process as the country battles the second wave of COVID-19.
It's been raining a lot in Mumbai. Today, the Harbour Railway line has been shut down, though the situation here is a little better. Many places like Sion and Kerala have been heavily waterlogged. The rainwater does not flow out easily from my building. Whenever there are heavy rains or high tide, the rain gets waterlogged everywhere and our houses get flooded.
And the Israeli annexed Golan Heights is part of the Syrian Arab territory. Based on international legitimacy, Syria's foreign ministry stressed on Wednesday, reacting to recent statements by the United States Secretary of State. Anthony Blinken supported Israel's occupation of the Golan Heights since 1967, but stopped short of endorsing the annexation. Syria's foreign ministry said Blinken's statements are part of Washington's continuous support of Israeli aggression against its neighbors, in flagrant violation of international law and the United Nations Security Council resolutions. Syria will continue its legitimate struggle to recover the occupied lands in the Golan, the foreign ministry said. And we have come to the end of this news brief. But remember, you can find this and many other stories on our website at telesurienglish.net. And also, if you feel so inclined, please join us on social media. We are on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and Telegram. For Telesur English, I'm Gladys Quesada. Thank you for watching.
If you're caring for a COVID patient at home, what is the treatment protocol? Hello, I'm Vismita Gupta-Smith, and this is Science in 5, talking about how to care for a patient at home. The treatment protocol for COVID-19 care at home is Dr. Janet Diaz. Welcome, Janet.
Thanks for having me on this important session.
Janet, please explain the treatment protocol for COVID care at home.
So if a patient with COVID-19 is going to be cared for at home, there are a few important things to consider. One is the patient should be in isolation, meaning that we don't want that patient to transmit the virus to other people. Number two is you may have a fever. So if you have a fever, you can take symptomatic treatments or antipyretics or drugs that reduce fevers to keep you comfortable. So that's okay. The third is to eat and drink sufficiently. So make sure you stay hydrated. Make sure that you maintain some good eating habits. Eat what you like, but ensure to keep yourself well nourished and well hydrated. Most patients who get COVID-19 will have no complications from it acutely, may not develop severe pneumonia, may not need to go to the hospital, and that's good. But we do know there are a few patients, with mostly those who have risk factors for severe disease. These patients are at risk for developing severe disease. So these patients, if they're being monitored at home, need to carefully watch your symptoms. There's one thing I do want to emphasize. SARS-CoV-2, we know, is a virus. So if you have COVID-19, then in patients that are being managed at home, we don't recommend the use of antibiotics. That means medicines that treat bacterial infections, because it's a virus infection, so it won't respond to an antibiotic.
Janet, we're seeing an increased demand of medicines like remdesivir and also increased appeals for plasma therapy in the treatment of COVID-19. Please tell us what the evidence is telling us about the effectiveness of both remdesivir and plasma therapy.
At this moment in time, we have a recommendation against the use of remdesivir for patients with COVID-19 because there was low certainty in the evidence that it had any benefit in mortality. For convalescent plasma, we don't actually have a recommendation in that guideline specifically yet, but what we do have in the clinical management guideline is also against its use unless under clinical trials, as evidence is accumulating on those interventions. So we also do not recommend its use other than under clinical trials, which are continuing and ongoing.
Janet, let's talk about oxygen now. How to monitor oxygen at home, what are the red flags, and also please explain the wider red flags beyond oxygen when a person should get alert that now is the time to call your healthcare provider.
Remember that all care at home should be done under clinical supervision, which means the decision for if you decide to do home care or you decide to be hospitalized really should be done under the supervision of a healthcare provider according to the national protocols for COVID-19 care pathways. The pulse oximeter can be used at home. Pulse oximeter is a simple device. It can be it's a fingertip device that can just be a small device put on your index finger. It is relatively inexpensive and simple to use. We do have a recommendation saying that if you are at home, and especially if you're from a high-risk group, so you're a person that may have the risk of developing severe disease, that monitoring your pulse ox, your oxygen saturation at home, could be useful because you can detect, hopefully early, if your oxygen saturation starts to fall, and then get the right intervention and care pathway started. So 94 to 90 is a little bit low. However, it's not below 90%, which is the warning sign. So if your number is 90 to 94, then you have to make sure that you call your clinical provider and you tell them, this is my number, this is how I'm feeling, what should I do? So you can get some advice on what to do next. The warning symptoms to consider when you're at home are shortness of breath or difficulty breathing. That can imply that you're having a pneumonia and the pneumonia is progressing. Another one is chest pain. That can imply that your pneumonia is there and it's progressing. Another one is change in mental status. Sometimes that can be like confusion, like your thinking is unclear, or that you're dizzy, or that you're sleepier than usual.
Janet, can oxygen therapy be used at home?
For an acute case of COVID-19, where we don't know if the pneumonia is going to be mild, if it's going to be severe, if you're going to progress to respiratory failure, that is the concern. So if oxygen is going to be used at home, it has to be done under a monitored setting, meaning that your clinician, under clinical supervision, that it's prescribed to you because oxygen is a medicine.
Thank you, Janet. That was Dr. Janet Diaz explaining the protocol for caring for a COVID-19 patient at home. Until next time then, stay safe, stay healthy, and stick with science.
Rhythm.
Blessed love from Barbados, or as we so beautifully like to say here on the island, what going on, lovely people? I'm Bugina Kente, the spirit of the people. I'd like to welcome you to the Rhythm Caribbean Top 10 Countdown, bringing you some of the hottest artists, songs, and videos from across the entire Caribbean. So stay tuned.
It's news that keeps you informed. And this week, education, health, and governmental affairs make our top stories.
We'll be educating schools because ideally we want to reduce the total amount of waste that goes to the landfill side. So we're going to introduce the concept of recycling. We're going to start at schools. Secondary, we're going to deal with composting, but not at this moment.
See, I like when you do it like that. You be yourself and you never fret. When you think there's no one else, remember that I got your back. I know you're shy and I think it's cute, but I like when you do you. No need to hide, just tell the truth, cause I get nervous. to I love when you dance for me. The way that you move does it. I love when you sing to me. The sound of your voice does it. She said,
Sing for me, sing for me, sing for me. Pretty simple. She's dancing in front of me. She's dancing in front of me. She's dancing in front of me. Sing for me.
all I'm saying is to be you, 'cause I'm rather the truth. And no matter what they say, all that matters what you just do you, 'cause I'm rather the real you. And she said,
Sing for me, sing for me, sing for me. Pretty symphony. What do you take me for?
As I peep through my window, smoking on my Indo, holding up for meditation. Yeah, I don't know where my Jah is gonna lead me, but I'm asking for guidance and protection. Yeah. Put on my clothes, 'cause I've got to hit the streets, 'cause I've got to find the food to eat. Yeah. In the ghetto, it not nice, it not pretty. Rastafari, I tell you, it not sweet. Oh, Jah. Without you, most I thank you, Jah, just to see another sun, another day, start another one done. Yeah, I don't worry even when it look bleak, 'cause the earth, yes, is promised to the meek. Yeah. Chant our songs and me look to the east. With them your prayer blessings of the increase. Trust in Jah and don't be deceived, 'cause house and care that are the least. Oh, Jah. Yeah. Oh, Jah. Where would I be? Some only call one Jah when them know them in a trouble. Hit rock bottom and then down they a struggle. Sunday morning church bar, a beer for your feet work bar. But I give thanks to my Jah every day and ask him to guide my way. Earnestly working while I chant and pray, 'cause blessings are come my way. Oh, Jah. Where would I be? smoking on my Indo, holding up for meditation. Yeah, I don't know where my Jah is gonna lead me, but I'm asking for guide and protection. Yeah. Put on my clothes, cause I've got to hit the street, cause I've got to find the food to eat. Yeah, and I did get to it, not nice, it not pity me. I tell you, get to it, then it not sweet. Oh, Jah.
It's dancing time. Watch this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Dancers. Dancers. Oh. Give them the style, everybody love you. 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 Boom, 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 boom.
Let's do this. One. You ready? One. Let's do this. One. I wanna dance, baby, dance, come and dance with me. Put your hands on my hips, baby, dance with me. Baby, dance with me. Put your hand on my waistline, my waistline, my waistline. Put your hand on my waistline.
Girl want come in on my crib, let me give her the bombastic. Girl want come in on my crib, let me give her the bombastic. Bombastic, bombastic, the bomba, 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 bomba. It's dancing time. It's dancing time. My love. Oh, nah. Oh, nah. Oh, 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 oh. I sing this for you, baby. Just wanna. It's a love, my girl. Yeah, man. This love, I wanna give it to you. This love, to nobody else but to you. This love comes straight from my heart and it's true. This love, yeah, this love. How can I help myself when I'm feeling this way? I'm so mad at myself letting you walk away. Knowing how I feel about you, I know I don't know how to approach you. I should have swallowed my pride and take it as fair. And it's not always easy for a man to say how he feels. Those two little words, I'm sorry, I couldn't say. My baby, this love, I wanna give it to you. This love, to nobody else but to you. This love comes straight from my heart and it's true. This love, yeah, this love. Now my world is falling apart. You were not here. I'm sorry for acting like I didn't care. Now this house isn't to without you. Baby girl, I'm tired of calling you. No, I won't let my ego stand in my way. I was a fool to think I could make it without you. And now I know that I can't live without you. This love, I wanna give it to you. This love, to nobody else but to you. This love comes straight from my heart and it's true. This love, yeah, this love. There's no substitute for your love, baby. I miss your kisses and your hugs, lady. I should have never let you walk away. No, should I do what I had to do to make you stay? This love, baby, I wanna give it to you. Give it to you. This love, to nobody else but to you. This love comes straight from my heart and it's true. This love.
What thing you want? I go buy Lamborghini for you. I go buy a Ferrari for you. Get you latest designers, boo boo. I go buy them for you. I go buy them for you. I go buy them for you. You deserve it, you do. I go buy them for you. Wind up on me. Anywhere you go, you pass, I go slow. Would you marry me? She tell me now so. Let me tell you, girl, I know be why yo. African girl, let's wine and go low. Bend over, girl, and tip on your toe. Sexy big bumper, girl, me stuck by your flow. Girl, come wine up on the marco. You don't know. You go be my
my number one. You don't know, I'm not gonna make you number two. You don't know. Fit to chop my money when you want to. That's all I gotta say to you. Waiting you want. I go buy Lamborghini for you. I go buy a Ferrari for you. Get you latest designers, boo boo. I go buy them for you. I go buy them for you. I go buy them for you. You deserve it, you do. I go buy them for you.
Just pick the coconuts from my tree. Oh, not today. This time I won't just let you escape from me. Oh, not today. Girl, I'll buy you what you want to. Won't hesitate to flaunt you. Make sure you know who you belong to. And kill a man if he ever wrong you. Just wanna make you laugh like Lollapalooza. Don't want you hanging around with no loser. Really do love the way you maneuver. So I had to do ya. Cause you're gonna be my number one. Man, I gonna make it number two. Fit to chop my money when you want to. It's all I gotta say to you. Waiting you want. I go buy Lamborghini for you. I go buy a Ferrari for you. Get your latest designers, boo boo. I go buy it for you. I go buy it for you. I go buy it for you. You deserve it, you do. I go buy it for you.
Girl must move her body. When she hear this girl must move her body. Come on, come and run down my shop. That thing one time that the window see anybody. Baby, all night I've been staring at your body. Too much fire for your body. Too much songs for your body. I go hard every day for my woman. I go buy anything for my woman. When the day when we be there for God, oh. Every day holiday for my woman. I go win every day for my woman. Every night, every day for my woman. When the day when we be there to suffer, oh. Every day holiday for my woman, yeah.
My girl looks so fine, oh, look how she whine, oh, look how she dey whine, oh. It go happen every time, spend every dime, I fi spend every dime, oh. Girl looks so fine, oh, look how she whine, oh, look how she dey whine, oh. I fi spend every dime, I fi spend every dime, oh. Yeah, waiting you want, I go buy Lamborghini for you. I go buy a Ferrari for you. Get you latest designers, boo boo. I go buy them for you. I go buy them for you. I go buy them for you. You deserve it, you do. I go buy them for you.
No, the party a slap with the party a hot. Me like how the girl a rolling. The party a go shot and swash up to the place, everything alright. Because them sexy girl, them just a go on some lad cat. Oh, them girl, me like how she a go on. Lord, I'm a me artist that just rolling. Them a come say something to them girl and now. Man up.
Send me up, heavy girl train. The fact you just step in. Me clothes clean, straight Listerine. Peel up the G, them check it. Yeah, born up right now. I say your word, Mr. Bean. Heavy cup them on the table, and you say it a bit. That's some little boy, no bother ramp with the team. Big up every ghetto youth, every skill.
Brother, when you see them, you will know them. Your friends from your phone, them. Hey, Jordan, let me call them for you.
Alright, dirty heart one, dirty heart two. Watch dirty heart and them dirty heart crew. Them don't like you, but them a fight you. Let me tell you what you gonna do. Make talk, say them don't like we. Who the hell cares? Who the hell cares? Them don't like we. Who the hell cares? Cupping of the year to my haters. Cheers. Bad mind. Cheers. Envious. Cheers. Grudgeful. Cheers. God with us. Cheers. Them not like we. Who the hell cares? Who the hell cares? Alright then.
Next to me no beg them. Me no beg people, me no beg friend. Me no beg weed dog, me no beg blem. If me no beg 9, no me fi beg 10. We everyone a money, me and me friend let's spend. Cause we no take talk, better send a text then. So anywhere we walk, charge we set trend. So anymore where we make, we say we no regret them.
Make talk, say them no like we. Who the hell cares? Who the hell cares? Them no like we. Who the hell cares?
Cupping of the year to my haters.
Cheers. Bad mind. Cheers. Envious. Cheers. Grudgeful. Cheers. God with us. Cheers. Them no like we. Who the hell cares? Who the hell cares? Alright then.
This bad mind for you. Cause me now have no time for you. You beg me and me now fit to find you. I won't leave a name them assign to you. I'm like Stevie Wonder, me blind to you.
So when the haters, them unkind to you. Bring them gun talk, or bring dollar kind to you. Tell them father got him a 90. Make talk, say them no like we. Who the hell cares? Who the hell cares? Them no like we. Who the hell cares? Copping of the year to my haters. Cheers. Bad mind. Cheers. Envious. Cheers. Grudgeful. Cheers. God with us. Cheers. Them no like we. Who the hell cares? Who the hell cares? Alright then. Next to me no beg them. Me no beg people, me no beg friend. Me no beg weed dog, me no beg blem. If me no beg 9, no me fi beg 10. We have we want our money, me and me friend let's spend. Cause we no take talk, better send a text then. So anywhere we walk, charge we set trend. So anymore when we make, we say we no regret them. Make talk, say them no like we. Who the hell cares? Who the hell cares? Them no like we. Who the hell cares? Copping of the year to my haters. Cheers. Bad mind. Cheers. Envious. Cheers. Grudgeful. Cheers. God with us. Cheers. Them no like we. Who the hell cares? Who the hell cares? Make talk, say them no like we. Who the hell cares? Who the hell cares? Them no like we. Who the hell cares? Copping of the year to my haters. Cheers. Bad mind. Cheers. Envious. Cheers. Grudgeful. Cheers. God with us. Cheers. Them no like we. Who the hell cares? Who the hell cares?
This is the remix. Gram Smog and AKA Dada Son. Divine Sound. Them say,
See my baby.
see my baby.
Oh, yeah. Many waters I might cross just to find my way. Oh, my life it seems so tough on this long journey. Others thought that I was lost, so lost to see the truth. But my baby, only you can see it if we then. You see my heart, you see my life, you see when things didn't go right. Deep in my heart, deep in my soul, I'm gonna love you, you're my girl. Yes, I'll do whatever it takes just to keep you in my world. No matter what the men do, no matter what the men do. Oh, yeah. No matter what the men do, no matter what the men do.
So first, I'd like to introduce Nakia Revelik. She's the Senior Director of Research for Twitter. Welcome, Nakia.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
Next, I'd like to introduce Kisime Bernard. She's the Executive Creative Director of Marketing and the Creative Division of Freeform. Welcome, Kisime.
Thank you so much, Barbara. It's a pleasure to be here.
And last but definitely not least, I'd like to introduce Maria Datillo Perez. And she's the Director and Senior Counsel at Mattel. And let's start with Nakia. Can you tell us a little bit about what you do and a little bit about your background in terms of marketing and branding?
So I'll start by saying, originally from Trinidad and Tobago, very proud to represent the islands on this panel. And I'll start off with the disclaimer that my field currently doesn't necessarily touch marketing and brand, just, full disclosure, despite the fact that I work at Twitter, a company that's known for being a place where you can market and brand yourselves or whatever it is you do. But my previous life was very much in the space of developing innovation and coming up with compelling marketing campaigns to get it out. And that was at Colgate-Palmolive, where I spent a majority of my career before making the switch to tech close to 2 years ago. So I hope that helps, for all of those who are watching, have the appropriate context. So as we go through the questions, nothing is a surprise.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Nakia. Kisime?
So to just introduce myself and my background in marketing, was that the question?
Yes.
Okay, hi. My name is Kasime Bernard. I come from Freeform, which is a part of the Disney ABC television group. I've been there for about 6 years and, been part of the marketing team, the creative team, part of the, rebrand from ABC Family, which is, some people know that better than they know Freeform, but we're getting the Freeform name out there more and more every day. Some of our shows that you're probably familiar with, Grownish has been one of our big hits, and we just had a really, really big drama series hit this summer with a show called Cruel Summer. And I work with a team of amazing writers, producers, editors, art directors, who just, create really compelling branding and marketing for our brand and for our shows. I'm happy to be here. And I'm also of Jamaican heritage, I should mention. My mom and dad are both from Jamaica. I lived there as a young girl, but I was born in Canada and raised in largely in the States. So I don't have much of an accent unless I'm back there, but the heritage and the love is all there.
Oh, wonderful. Maria?
So I guess I'm the lone legal person on the call. I started my career at Maker Studios, which was one of the big multi-channel networks, working closely with YouTube. So I've been in the influencer space pretty much my entire career, and have been supporting advertising and marketing and our PR teams in various companies, currently at Mattel, the owner of Barbie, Hot Wheels, Fisher-Price, a lot of the iconic children's brands, still supporting advertising and marketing specifically. Looking at all packaging, advertising assets, television commercials, you name it. All that comes through our department.
So given that, and you work with influencers, et cetera, how does one stand out in a crowd, especially in reference to social media, given that some, not compromising your morals in terms of what's cool and what's not, how does one stand out in the crowd in those particular mediums and social media?
For me, just based on observation, obviously I'm not an influencer, but just based on my observation, I think what really helps influencers would be to have something to say. A mission statement, if you will, that they kind of that weave through all their posts, that weave through who they are, and that they present on social media. I think, that could potentially be something that people would consider compromising. I mean, a lot of it's just really a range, but I think gone are the days where it's really just pure beauty influencers or pure fashion influencers. Most influencers nowadays have something to say about social commentary or feminism and things like that.
Kasime?
I think picking up on what Maria was saying, I think that it's not just about influencing on, health or fitness or beauty or fashion. I think that there's not just with influencers, I think brands in general have a new responsibility to sort of be about something and stand for something more than just, profit margin. So I think you see a lot of brands, especially on social media, really embracing messages around inclusivity and diversity and all the things that are kind of, I hope becoming more and more kind of mainstream values. And I think that, I think these brands are responding to consumers who want to feel a little better about the consumption that they engage in and a little bit better about the networks that they watch and the outlets that they're watching and the brands that they're buying. So I think that there's a lot of room I don't think it's about compromising. I think it's first about knowing what you stand for, having a clear voice, and then, being willing to be loud about that in the public sphere.
Yeah, it seems that folks are being more mindful in terms of what what they want for themselves and their families. They're being more intentional. That's what I've been noticing. What are your thoughts, Nakia?
I mean, it's a tricky question to ask because it assumes that those two things are mutually exclusive. That in order to stand out, you have to sacrifice your morals. And I don't know if that is necessarily true. I think the other thing that I thought about when you asked the question is just like the definition of an influencer. And I know that in this context, we may be thinking about the young creator that's churning out content with a massive following. But they're all sort of forms of influence happening. And it's been interesting to work at Twitter and to sort of push out on what that word actually means and how it's evolved over time, particularly during 2020 when like we were all sort of democratized behind the same screen and needed to find some way to sort of connect with one another. So yeah, I mean, it's a provocative question. It's not a thing that I necessarily talk about a lot, right? Like, what are the things that as an influencer you would need to stand out without sacrificing your morals? But I might actually just offer up a perspective if like somebody was coming to me as a mentee and wanted guidance on this notion of like personal branding, like my story, and sort of wants to stand out and aren't at the point yet where they're influential. They're like building a following and building credibility. I agree with Kasime. I agree with Maria that it starts with being really clear on who you are, your narrative. And sometimes it's really hard to do, right? To be like, well, I want to get the following, but also like, what are my values? What are the things that are totally fungible? And what are the things that like, I will not sacrifice? This is a line that I don't want to cross. And, whether that's like influencers or just like being a professional, I think it's really good for us to all figure out what our North Star is and what our values are, so that whether it is challenges at work as we rise up the ladders, or being an influencer kind of on your own, trying to stand out, like it's super important, particularly, and I know this is a mixed audience, but as women, to be really clear on the lines we will not cross.
I'm really excited about all the diverse voices that have kind of emerged in 2020 and 2021, and we're looking at and trying to like take a look at how do you find or maintain some type of longevity as opposed to just a one-hit wonder. How does that work? Because folks are out there, they're trying to get their voices heard. Some of them are being heard and they're kind of threading that needle, but how do you maintain that foundation? Does anyone have any input on that?
I mean, I think that's the whole game, I mean, that's everything that requires a whole engine of people at companies like Freeform. It requires a lot of people who are working on all cylinders, from the creative to the actual content, making sure that ultimately content is king. Like it has to be good. Like, and that's not rocket science to say that, like, you have to be able to deliver a really compelling story to people and tell a compelling story to people. And have a really, experienced marketing machine behind you and a social media machine behind you. And there's certainly, you can do a lot of it on your own. And that's what's wonderfully democratizing about tools like Twitter and other social media platforms, where you can really do a lot of that with very little, people resources. You can use the software and the algorithms and learn how the algorithms work to like game them and get more exposure to your product. I wouldn't also discount the one-hit wonder. There's nothing wrong with like putting a lot of your eggs in one big basket and getting a really big, hit. I mean, who knows what one-hit wonders, if you will, lead to. I think like Lil Nas X, probably people thought he was a one-hit wonder, and he just keeps coming back with like one more hit. So it's like, I think that's all in the eye of the beholder, and how much you want to sort of dedicate to keep going.
Yeah, I'm always thinking about or wondering about the legal aspect of it. Maria, I'm looking at you. How you're getting. I'm trying to be in your shoes. That's not possible. But getting jazzed about content, and you're interacting with your team, and trying to figure out what are the common industry standards that content builders should apply to, if you know what I'm saying. So in reference to the standard of conduct for content, is there any type of standard that we should be following? Because there's a lot of filmmakers that are on this particular call.
I mean, I think that's a very broad question, actually, because there are a lot of different standards. I think, for example, in the children, when you're targeting children, there are a lot more specific laws and rules and regulations and industry standards that are a little bit more strict, right? Where, if you're doing a branded entertainment type of product integration type of content as an influencer, you have to be speaking from your own experiences, and you have to make sure that your material relationship with the brand and the advertiser is disclosed to your audience. The way you portray the product, for example, has to be how it should be used, or if it's content, it has to be appropriate for the kid, right? It shouldn't probably be like a PG-13 content if you're if your audience is under 13. In terms of other like entertainment content, I mean, I think it should probably be more about the accuracy. I mean, advertising and marketing law, I think at the overarching principle is that you have to be accurate in terms of what you're saying about the product, what you're saying about whatever you're promoting. They're accurate statements. And so there's not necessarily like specific parameters, but then you need to, because you can still, I think especially with 13 plus audiences, there's a lot of leeway in terms of you making compelling and fun stories to tell while also promoting products. Whereas if you're targeting the under 13, then you hit a little bit more on the rules, right? And you're corralled a little bit more.
Which is further ahead in terms of encapsulating law versus putting things out on content in terms of what you can go to, of what's the do's and the don'ts, or which do you think is more compact and accessible?
I think when it comes to platforms versus the law, I would say platforms are a little bit ahead of the game than the law, and a lot of our regulations have always played catch up, right? Like there's always some kind of innovation, right? We thought we were having only like a Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, right? And then suddenly TikTok comes in, and now you have to kind of adjust and figure out how the laws that they came up with after Twitter and after Facebook and after Instagram kind of made it big. Now, how do we apply that to TikTok? And for the most part, it is applicable, right, in new platforms, but the law is still figuring out the differences between those platforms and how to apply existing laws to those platforms. In terms of just content in general, I feel like they're a little bit more hand in hand. They're a little bit more on an even playing field, where we have a lot of established laws already around IP and personality rights and all of that. So in terms of the content in general, there's already laws that apply to it, and they're pretty well-established laws. But with the platforms, it's a little bit more, not wild, wild west like it was before, but we are still playing catch up.
When you're talking, I'm thinking, about Nakia and what she does in terms of research. How does it affect, tell us a little bit about a day in the life of, your department of research that you head. How does that work in reference to the other nuances in terms of legal, just across the board, how does that work for you in terms of providing what we see on the other side in terms of what you're doing at Twitter?
I'd be happy to share for context, because
Yes.
I'm fascinated by Maria, your story, and Kasima, your story, but I think we're all kind of meeting each other's professions for the first time. Well, maybe me more than you two. So yeah, I mean, the app that you see either on your laptop or phone is powered by a group of people who work together across functions to ask many questions. Everything from, okay, we're trying to make sure that we have the right kind of engagement with articles that are shared on Twitter in light of misinformation. What can we do to ensure that we are understanding human behavior? Like, why do we love gossip? We love salacious stuff. I was going to use another word. And so the behavior, the thing that is very human, we just see play out on platform. And it's my team's job to really understand those parallels. So people will, always sort of, call a friend when there's something saucy, and the sauciness is often something negative or, something judgmental about somebody else. And it's one thing if it's just you and your neighbor, it's another thing when it's like you and like a million people. And so the big question is, well, how might you nudge someone to reconsider sharing something without having actually read the article or like looked at the video with scrutiny to ask yourself, like, is this real? Is this true? So that's an area of research that's, psychological, sociological, etc. And then there's all the way through to the way that the experience looks. Moving from I'm tweeting to I'm now trying to move into someone's DMs, going back to this idea of rules, like certainly there are minors on the platform, and we want to make sure that if somebody totally gross snuck into their DMs, that there were some policies in place to be able to safeguard against the person who's being violated. So research is just a broad term to describe the full spectrum of questions that an app has that is facing actual human beings. From the myopic, one might say, should this be, like, what about the like button? It's caused this whole field of influencers to sort of pop up. Follower count, why does that matter? It's caused a whole industry of follower farms to pop up that inflate people's follower accounts. And so, who's behind the scenes litigating the impact on human behavior? There's a crew. It's my crew. Who's trying to understand, how a good idea that like an engineer might come up with. Like, I'm trying to think of something. So we have follower count that like agencies look at, right? Like there's certain things that you might look at.
Yeah, follower count is huge. I mean, that's like influences even sometimes casting decisions, which is great. Like it really, it's changed a lot of our side of the game in a big way. And
right.
It's part of our marketing campaigns even, it's like, we think about that when we think, okay, well, this person will share it and they have this many followers, so that'll help. And,
Yeah, it's like, we all of these shortcuts to decision making that we did, right? So like the blue check verification that like you are noteworthy and a very important person.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it's already out there, but like there's a team that what I'm trying to do, and I'll sort of end my speech here, is, I have a huge team of people who are focused on things that already exist. Blue badge, follower count, heart for like, all that stuff. How do you make it better? And then there's a team of people who are like, let's talk about the impact on mental health. Let's have conversations about how abuse and harassment is more likely online amongst the people who are most marginalized. And so, it's a full spectrum that's hopefully creating an experience that marketers want to invest in because they see the platform as valuable to reach certain audiences, but it's also safe. And it's a tightrope that we have to walk every day to sort of create the engagement, but like in a safe and healthy way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I hope that helps to clarify. And, that's sort of like the cliff notes.
I am truly excited. I have so many questions, but I can't ask them today. But my brain is ticking, so I'll be emailing each one of you because I have a few of them. Anyway, how bad does one have to be placed on probation from Twitter or social media, given that?
Oh, good. A whole other conversation. So yeah, I will say this in a very pithy way, and one that doesn't reveal too much. For us, it all starts with the person. Twitter isn't this universe of like one type of person. We have everything from world leaders on the platform, and again, we're very American centered, but like there's the world, and so a large percentage of the global population has a person in power, a leader who uses the platform to sort of, communicate with their population, all the way through to like the person who just joined, who is just trying to like learn about bird watching, and didn't find TikTok as informative as they would like. And so we have to consider these different types of people who are on the platform and develop policies that aren't governmental. It's absolutely like Twitter policy, that will enable us to understand like where the line is in terms of bad behavior, and basically adjusting the level of penalty depending on the type of person. So should someone in power, a world leader, be held to higher standards of behavior? Sorry, I'm going to leave that question out there. There's no right or wrong answer. But yeah, it's like that kind of question. And then obviously there's, punitive actions that would follow depending on the answer to that question. And yeah.
Yeah.
Saucy. So, I'm going to mute myself now.
Woo, don't mute yourself, girl. It's getting spicy here. Kasime, I want to pronounce your name appropriately. So given what Nakia was saying, which was hot and on fire, how does, when you're working with your team, are you like considering those things as well? How does that work? Do you understand my question?
Are we trying to avoid getting suspended from Twitter?
Oh, well, I'm
We're
saying
usually
like
not that bad.
Right.
Sorry, what was it? I missed.
No, on a broader, when you're developing your marketing strategies, etc.
Oh yeah, I think a lot about our social media audience. I'm somebody who loves to read the comments. I know, they normally say don't read the comments, but I love reading the comments under, the stuff that we post, the trailers that we drop, promos, episodic, any of it, because when we're feeding like a really engaged fan base, you get a lot of really good information from how people respond to the campaign, how they respond to the individual the trailers. It's a really savvy consumer base out there. I mean, this generation, and we program largely to, 18 to 24-year-olds, sort of our sweet spot. So it's kind of like, they were millennials when we started. Now it's more some mix of Gen Z and millennials. They're an incredibly media savvy generation. And I say they, I'm Gen X, but I still feel like, we're part of the sort of, the ethos within which social media has kind of arisen. And I love seeing the responses from, our trailers. I love, just kind of looking through all the quote tweets, and it does like kind of, it feels good when it's good, obviously. It's weird when it's not, but it's great when it's good. And it also kind of helps me to think about like, okay, so they're responding to this part, or they're not responding to that part. Do we lean more into that's kind of unofficial research, unofficial market research, focus group research? It's not scientific, it's very anecdotal, but it's good to kind of get a vibe for how people are responding in the world. So it's invaluable as a tool for marketers.
I get jazzed by it, by the way. I have to make myself go to sleep at night, because I like doing that type of research in the middle of the night, like 3 or 4 in the morning when I should be sleeping. But I just, the content makes me crazy, and I learn so much from others, you know what I'm saying? And trying to get, for me, I'm always trying to get it right? So I think we all as humans are always trying to get it right. How do we get it right when in this particular age or world, things are changing so rapidly. You know, how do you get it right? And with that, are there any brands that you would suggest, like, you know, all the folks that are listening and will be listening to this particular recording, that would model like a tight marketing strategy or an interesting, like, innovative vision that feels right, feels solid? Anyone could answer that question. Is there any brand that you could think of that just says, yeah, they're on to something? Anyone?
I'll offer one up, but it's not like a new age brand, and I don't know if they're necessarily onto something, but I'll tell you why I would nominate them for the discussion. So Ben and Jerry's, during the height of the pandemic, during right after George Floyd's murder, when Black Lives Matter movement was kicking up again, and even during the Me Too movement, they've been one of the few brands, perhaps because their values are so clear, to send out messages that did not feel inappropriate nor inauthentic. And I think that's been my biggest observation about their strategy. I mean, as other brands struggled with the, here we are, we're going to go all black. We're going to do the all black square. We're going to do the flag square. Like we're totally with you. But you looked at other parts of their business, who was in leadership, past campaigns, you could poke holes in it and say, this is really just you kind of piggybacking on like what's going on. Whereas Ben and Jerry's, I think, through and through and across touch points, they've maintained that consistency, and somehow managed to say the right thing, although not maybe right is too strong a word, but show up in ways that felt authentically like allies in the fight and the struggle, while still doing what I think brands ultimately want to do, which is to strengthen brand image and loyalty. And so it doesn't feel that way, right? Like, okay, I'm going to buy more Ben and Jerry's after this, but like there's definitely a deepening of loyal fans because they've maintained that sort of like clarity of image. I don't know what Kisime and wait, did I say it right?
Kisime, yes.
Kisime. Yeah, I did. And Maria, I don't know what your brands are.
I can actually nailed it with Ben and Jerry. No, go ahead. I don't have a good answer for this.
I was actually just having a conversation that tie in very nicely with the Ben and Jerry's and your observations of Ben and Jerry's, is that brands need to stop reacting to what's happening and really step back and think to themselves, what do I stand for? And this kind of goes back to what we were saying in the very beginning. It's like, what am I doing holistically, right? I'm just, not responding because they needed to react to what's going on, but really, do I believe what I'm saying? And what can I do, not only in the public sphere, on social media, or even in advertisements outside of social media, but really everywhere else? Who am I partnering with? Charities, social causes, if that's where you want to go. And Ben and Jerry's, I also observed, is they were already, supporters of the issues that they responded to on social media when everything was happening. So and I think that's why it felt so authentic, because you knew that they already stood for what they were saying. Mm-hmm. Whereas other brands, it felt like they were just saying it because it was on trend, right? But then when you kind of peel the onion and you look, and their practices weren't as didn't match what they were saying to the public.
Yeah.
Kisime?
Yeah, I think that, a year now, I think it's been almost a year to the day since the Black Squares thing happened. And we were, and all these brands were sort of trying to, I guess, align themselves with what they felt was like a moment in kind of civil rights history. And I don't mean to sound cynical about it. I think it's great. I think it shows how how compelling this moment was, how compelling the work that the activists on the ground were doing, that it made even sort of corporate America really feel like, oh, we have to be a part of this. Otherwise, we could potentially harm our business or lose customers or lose loyalty or allegiance to our brand. So I think that's like, it was an amazing moment. To echo what Maria's saying, it's like, I don't know how much, it's hard today to pinpoint, other than Ben and Jerry's, which I think is a great example of brands that are really continuing to do that work and like staying consistent even in what they do, who they donate to, that kind of thing. I think it's just harder to, because these things move. My favorite brand really is not really political at all, and I think maybe like it's sort of it's apolitical, but has the ability to kind of say more authentic things, which is Ryan Reynolds' aviation gin brand, and all of the stuff that he's been doing with his little like agency that he's kind of created. I think is just it's hilarious and really clever, and I think it really does a great job of kind of like taking this very goofy, very, this guy and sort of making him like this mascot for his own company, and the ways and the places that they've taken it. It's always, I just find it really, it feels very authentically funny in a way that a lot of companies that try to use comedy don't always nail. And I think I think what the work that they're doing is absolute genius. So it's not a very political answer, it's not a very culturally diverse answer, but they are one of my favorite brands out there right now.
In this time, I mean, humor is what's up, a lot, if it's curated authentically, right? And people know, I think consumers know when it's not authentic, and they have that little spidey eye or whatever you want to, that feeling that, I don't know. And they may not even have the time, to be honest, to research the company. Like, I mean, Nakia, that's your thing, right? But, you're a research genius. But I'm saying they probably don't have the time to even, search, right? But they can feel it. Like it's heartfelt, we still have those abilities as people to just feel when something's authentic. I truly believe that, honestly. And given that, I mean, what inspires you? Like, what inspires you in the work that you do? In the industry we're talking about, you guys all have different arms of the same whole, so to speak. So what inspires you? Just what does? Anybody?
I mean, that's a huge question. I think inspiration can come from anywhere, anything. I think ultimately, for me, it's always about the story, a good story. I grew up reading a lot of mythology and folklore. That was like my childhood, like reading largely was just like folklore, fairy tales, mythology. And I think I was just sort of steeped in that kind of primal story thing that we all humans have on some level. And that's really ultimately for me what inspires me. It's a good story.
Is that your go-to? I think all of us have moments that we have a go-to where, when we want to like really think something through. We all do. You don't have to tell us what it is, but I'm saying, the idea of mythology and that kind of worldly concept, is that your go-to, so to speak?
Yeah, I think like mythology, it's definitely continues to be one of my favorite subjects to study and explore and learn more and more about. I just picked up a book of African mythology that sort of goes in like this geographical survey, like really like thorough, going back to like hunter-gatherer cultures, and really dives into, the origin stories from various African nations and cultures. And I think it's interesting. It's very eye-opening. It gives you a really interesting view on like the sort of roots of human value systems and ethics, and just how we learn to make sense of the world. And to this day, like, you know, I think of Marvel and all of the sort of MCU as like modern mythology. And I, you know, it's still, I'm very fascinated by it, the way that the lore kind of, you know, has its own origin stories and sort of the comic books and the way people can kind of pull meaning out of it and find, you know, real communal satisfaction from, like, you know, a scene like the end of Endgame, when, you know, the Avengers come through the portals and everyone kind of, you know, everyone sort of made that into their own in a big way, that moment. So yeah, I think that's always, that's my root of my interest and my inspiration, my North Star.
That's dope. I love that. Well, I was traveling with you, girl. I was there. I was in that spot. Ooh, that was wonderful. No, that's my, you know, that's beautiful. Nakia, what inspires you?
I would say that throughout my professional life, and I think it's only gotten more intense lately. I think people and their lived experiences inspire me. It's sometimes draining, but I think it's why I'm in the role that I'm in. It's more than the functional hat that I wear. I see myself as somebody who has the potential to inspire people by being inspired herself. And so I love to have one-on-one conversations with people who are reporting into me, people who are just, you know, hitting me up randomly on LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, who are interested in, you know, some nugget of advice. But most of the time, I'm just like, tell me your story. Like, you know, what got you to this point? What is the thing that ails you? And it's not that I could take pain away, but I do think that it gives me energy to practice empathy. I remember when I was starting off my career after business school, having a lot of not rejection, just like reaching out to people and people not having the time to have a conversation about what they do. I was looking for informational interviews. And, you know, I am where I am because somebody said yes. And so the thing that inspires me is saying yes, I'll talk to you, and yes, let's sort of sit down and tell me your story, tell me what's going on with you. So I think I'm at that point in my career where, you know, I could say that helping people have access to the public conversation is the thing that inspires me, but no, that's my job. You know, I'm enjoying those conversations and, you know, representing a woman in leadership at a company like Twitter. That's all nice. But I think the biggest thing that makes me just feel like me, the thing that makes me feel most connected to perhaps what people might call like a purpose, the thing that keeps me going, is leading people and listening to their stories.
I think that's beautiful. When you were speaking, I was thinking in my mind, these are how my brain works. I was wondering, you know, I know before you began your career, you were a dancer. Is that correct? And and you know, in my mind, I'm like thinking, wow, you know, interacting with humans and then, you know, being present for them, right? And now you're taking it at an executive, like, amazing level of just interacting with humans. And so for me, it feels like it's all connected, and that you've taken your, you know, your skills and you've just, no, I'm serious, I'm just going there, y'all. But taking your skills and you've like, you know, you've expounded it into an industry that desperately needs people like you.
Listen,
okay?
That's a whole other panel.
Oh, sorry, guys.
That's a whole other conversation.
No,
I'm the only in the room. But anyway, go ahead, Robert.
But you know what I'm saying? That needs people like you. I'm being for real. So I just wanted to say that. I'm sorry. I just went off.
No, thank you. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
And all of you.
Thank you. I appreciate all of you. Maria, hello.
Hi. No, this has been inspiring, really, just to hear everybody. And I kept nodding because I also get inspired by helping others, because I am very aware of all the people who have helped me get to where I am. You know, I started my legal career at a startup in-house, which is, I don't know how much you guys know about being a lawyer, but that's very unique. You know, typically you go through the big law and then you kill yourself for 5 years and then you go in-house or whatever it is. But I, you know, went in-house, and it was because somebody took a chance. And basically the last question of that interview was, you know, you're the youngest, you're the least experienced of the candidates. Like, why should I hire you? And I said, because I know I can do it. And that was because I knew that I couldn't go to my resume and say, because I did X, Y, and Z, because I really just graduated from law school then. So it was more about just knowing, and they gave me a chance, and I just essentially got lucky. You know, I believe that luck is the intersection of preparation and opportunity. And I know, you know, I think Seneca said that, or, you know, it's a meme or whatever, but I really do believe that, because my whole career, I've been gathering the experiences and skills to get me to that next step, but it's not without help from mentors, from friends, from my network. So sorry, that's just because Nakia inspired me to share that story, but also similar to that, it's my children, you know, the next generation. I see there's a lot of opportunity right now for the world to get to that next level of spirituality, I would say, of awareness of what we're doing wrong as a society, and to really turn that mirror around and look at ourselves and do things differently and do things right. If not for ourselves, for our kids, for the next generation, whether, you know, your own kids or just there. I think Generation Z, and I just actually was at a conference where they were saying, there was a panel of Generation Z representatives, and they were saying that they want brands to stand for something, basically, is what they were saying. And I see that. And actually, I'm not Generation Z, of course, but that really resonated with me. And I thought to myself, I do want brands to stand for something more than just the bottom line for my kids. You know, I'm Mattel's attorney, so of course I want them to put out compelling advertising. But what's great is that Mattel has also joined this new thinking of, what do we stand for? We're not only putting out products, right, just to put out products, but what do our products mean? You know, we just announced this Barbie line that is made of 90% recycled plastic. Like, that's great, because we know that we need to do take those small steps to leave the world at a better place than where we are right now. And so that's, I think that that's what inspires me and what I bring into how I do my job and how I interact with the rest of the world.
I think that's really cool what you said, because I don't know how old your children are, but if I were them, I would record this conversation. You know, I'm serious. It can be like, you know, you're storing information. I forgot, like a time capsule. You know, because what you're saying is so important. You know, of course, it may sound corny, but you know, for the future generations, what you guys are doing is for real. Like it's you know, it's setting a language and a platform and models for other people to follow, you know, to be mindful of how they're building their brands, you know what I'm saying? And to maybe step back from it for a second, you know, and say, I don't know, or say, you know, things are moving really quickly and let me hold up. Maybe I'm not present in what's current or what's, you know, in the future. I mean, you know, working with Shirley Chisholm Cultural Institute, that's what we're looking at, you know, is how do we become visionaries to be able to create what we do, you know, in terms of marketing strategies for future generations. how do we become the visionaries? And honestly, I feel like all three of you guys are visionaries. You may not think that you are, maybe you do, but you may not. Yeah, but you guys are visionaries, and I'm gonna say it again. We need you. We need you where you are, where you're going, where you're moving toward. We need you to keep going and don't look back. We need all three of you to keep going. Do you have any last comments on this conversation?
No, thank you. I needed that pep talk today. That was great.
Listen, we have to support each other and understand, what's up, because there's days I could speak for myself. I'm out there by myself. I feel like, but we're not by ourselves, and so I just want to thank all three of you, wonderful human beings, for joining us for the Caribbean Lens International Film Festival. And I'm looking forward to hearing more about your work and following you guys and just being supportive. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you, Barbara.
That was great. Thank you guys very much. I've learned a lot. And one of the most important things that I've learned, and that I've learned, which I've experienced with you three, that you have said in the past, is that you like to help people. And it was no problem when I called Maria, and it was a yes. Nikia said, yes, this is what I do. It was yes all the way. And so she's gonna kill me,
Kisime.
All I know is Bernard. Bernard is so much easier to remember. Yeah, Kisime. It was a yes, and you have to go through the Disney channels
Yes.
to get the approval.
It was a yes. Also, I have to.
Exactly, but you know what? Speaking of branding, that's one of the things that I guess some folks know that I'm a when I'm not doing this, I'm a Disney employee. And that's one of the things that I can say is that branding is so important. And if you want to know what good branding is, Disney, we're so protective of that. And so that's why it took a while to get you approved, all these questions and the whole thing. So, but you were yes, Maria was yes, Nikia was yes right away. And I appreciate you guys for coming on. And Barbara was a yes. Yes, thank you for coming aboard and do this for me. And some of you guys at such short notice, and I know it's a busy time for everybody. And when it's and just communicating, I found that it was easier to communicate before the pandemic, and now just to reach people and everything, emails end up in spam folders, and I was getting frustrated a few times when I would call people and I'm getting their work phones. I'm saying, why is anybody calling me back? Then I realized I've not checked my work phone in over a year. So that's why nobody's calling me back. So I do appreciate you guys doing this for us, and thank you for your yeses.
Thank you for inviting us. It was really a pleasure to be a part of this. Nice to meet you, Maria and Nikia.
Same.
Definitely. It was really fun.
Thank you guys.
So take care, and I guess we're all in each other's circles now. So I wish you all nothing but success, health, sanity.
Same to you.
And I'll be in touch.
Bye.
You.
Have a good rest of the day.
Bye. Bye.
Thank you, Austin. Thank you, audience.
Okay. Oh gosh, audience, thank you so much for wasn't that great information, Barbara? I mean, usually you have to pay for that with the experience and the that these folks have, and the love for what they do, the commitment for what they do. So that was very interesting and very, some good food for thought there too.
Yes, definitely.
Right. No, go ahead, Barbara. Finish what you were saying.
No, I'm just so honored to be a part again, saying it again. I know I'm repeating myself, guys, but I truly am so honored to be a part of the Caribbean Lens International Film Festival. And this last panel was just awesome. Like, guys, you know, look at it again, this recording again. They gave some really good back, you know, information to support your work. And so what's up? Marva for tomorrow.
Yes, exactly. So we'll be back tomorrow at 10 o'clock, I believe, Pacific time, when we'll be talking about nomad working. And of course, the films will be online. We'll be back online because for security purposes, at around 3:30 Pacific time, which is about another half hour or so, we're gonna cut off that. But you know, just to protect folks' intellectual property, we're gonna cut it off, and then we'll be back online at 8 a.m. Pacific time, whatever time that is in your time zone, and we'll talk more about Shirley Chisholm, and right, we will talk more about Shirley Chisholm, and and hopefully we'll have more. I don't know what you guys would like to reveal about upcoming stuff tomorrow, but whatever little secrets that you can that you can let us know. But I know that there's a nationwide campaign that is ahead, and that you'll give us more information on that. And we're going to bring it because it's Caribbean American Heritage Month. We're going to make sure that her Caribbean roots, just like Montserrat said, her Caribbean roots are emphasized in everything that we do.
Yeah. Yes, and bring your folding chair tomorrow. Don't forget.
Yes, bring your folding chair. Thank you guys very much. Enjoy the music of DJ Willy Wonka until for the next half hour. And thank you, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
You're locked into Willy Wonka.
May your heart find peace anywhere you come from. Coulda up, you coulda down. Blessings on my nation. This city can't hold me, my vibe's too high, and my heart it told me jump right now, you will touch the sky. Feel my love unfolding like a laughing flame. All who did not know me when not done, they gon' know the name. Million people coming down, dancing to a song. Love is life and life is love, blessings from above. Can you feel the love that's in the air? Well, if you feel it, let me hear you say, dancing, moving, moving everywhere. If you feel it, let me hear you say, na 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 na, eh na 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 na. Take me to the river, take me to the sea, wash over